Chapter 114. He walked into Durga Aoshwang's building. The Temple of Blood's master was seated at the seat of honor. Yang Dingtian pays his respects to the Temple of Blood's master. Yang Dingtian bowed slightly. Aren't you going to call me father-in-law? The Temple of Blood's master asked coldly. Durga Aoshwang is Durga Aoshwang. You are you, Yang Dingtian said. The Temple of Blood's master's eyes were filled with mockery as he revealed a cruel smile. Over the years, you are the only one who has won against me in a mental battle. You fought with me, and you won. You're really amazing. Even now, I still find it hard to believe that you actually won against me in a mental battle. Yang Dingtian stood there quietly. He wasn't humble or arrogant. The Temple of Blood's master didn't ask how Yang Dingtian discovered his mental trap or how Yang Dingtian knew that only 3 days had passed in the prison and not half a month. In order to enter the blood pool to cultivate, you actually lured the 8-headed demon Flood Dragon to invade the fire demon Violent Lion's territory, allowing the 2 powerful demonic beasts to fight to the death. Then, you took the opportunity to enter the blood pool to cultivate. What a great plan! You have probably cultivated for a few hours. Have you successfully broken through? The Temple of Blood's master asked. I have successfully broken through. Thank you for your inquiry, Palace Master, Yang Dingtian said. The Temple of Blood's master, Durga Shao, asked again. At this moment, the fire demon Violent Lion should have returned to its territory. After you came out of the blood pool, how did you escape the blood pool's cave without being torn into pieces by the fire demon Violent Lion? Yang Dingtian took out a token. It was a blood token carved from bones. I'll return this token to you, Yang Dingtian said. Where did you get this token? The Temple of Blood's master asked coldly. I picked it up. It was on a pile of rocks in the blood pool, Yang Dingtian said. You are quite lucky, the Temple of Blood's master said. I thought you would die under the claws of the fire demon Violent Lion. Other than the 10,000 blood token, what else did you see? The temple master asked coldly as he stared intently at Yang Dingtian. He wanted to know if Yang Dingtian had met with Dugu Fengwu. Of course, he felt that it was impossible as Dugu Fengwu was cultivating on the 4th level. Even if Yang Dingtian died, he wouldn't be able to enter the 4th level of the blood pool. A pile of clothes, men's clothes, Yang Dingtian answered honestly. The brows of the Temple of Myriad Blood's temple master immediately loosened up and he said with a smile. You've already deceived me and successfully attained a breakthrough in the Myriad Blood pool. You're only left with the final step of escaping. Now that you've fallen into my hands, all your efforts have been for naught. What are you going to do? Let's leave it to fate. We'll deal with it as we see fit, Yang Dingtian said. Do you want to live? Are you thinking of escaping? The temple master asked. Yes, Yang Dingtian replied. The temple master smiled and said, You've defeated me and become my son-in-law. Therefore, I have to treat you better. I'll give you 2 choices. As long as you can do it, I can let you go. Yang Dingtian didn't relax at all. This man in front of him was a devil, and he couldn't let his guard down at any moment. I'm willing to hear the details, Yang Dingtian said. The temple master said. The first choice is for me to let you escape and give you a bat to ride on. You can ride this bat demon beast and escape in any direction. This bat will cooperate with you unreservedly on the escape route because this is my command. However, you only have an hour to run away. After an hour, I will send out thousands of troops and even myself to capture you. After 1 hour, no matter where you are, this bat demonic beast will throw you down from the sky. Then what's the second choice? Yang Dingtian asked. The second choice, the temple master said. You went through so much trouble to cultivate in the 10,000 blood pool just to defeat Qin Xiaobai, right? Yes, Yang Dingtian said. Then what's Qin Xiaobai's cultivation level now? The temple master asked. On the surface, he's a 9-star mystic martial warrior. In fact, he should have broken through to the mystic martial master level, Yang Dingtian said. The temple master said. He broke through to the mystic martial master level, right? Alright, I'll choose a Mystic Martial Master who just broke through to the Mystic Martial Master level. You will have a life and death duel with him. The winner will live and the loser will die. If you can win against this Mystic Martial Master, it will prove that there's still meaning in your duel with Qin Xiaobai. If you lose, you will die and won't have to go. This is your second choice. Have a life and death duel with a beginner Mystic Martial Master. The winner will live and the loser will die. The two choices were all explained. The first choice was to let Yang Dingtian escape for 1 hour before the Temple of Blood sent people to capture him. The second choice was to have a life and death duel with a beginner Mystic Martial Master. If he won, he would let Yang Dingtian go. The first choice was like a game of cat and mouse, fully tormenting Yang Dingtian. The second choice was a life and death game. Dugu Aoshuang looked at Yang Dingtian anxiously and worriedly. She really didn't know which option Yang Dingtian should choose, but she didn't want Yang Dingtian to choose the second choice. I'll choose the second choice, Yang Dingtian suddenly said. No, Dugu Aoshuang said in a miserable voice because the second choice was a life and death game. If Yang Dingtian had a life and death duel with a Mystic Martial Master, the loser would die. Yang Dingtian was now a 3-star Mystic Martial Warrior. He was 1 stage and 7 levels away from becoming a Mystic Martial Master. Are you sure you want to choose the second choice? The Temple Master asked. I'm sure, Yang Dingtian said. Alright, I'll fulfill your greatness and stubbornness. The Temple Master sneered and said, The duel will begin in 2 hours. It's noon, the most auspicious time to kill and see blood. Yang Dingtian didn't deny and just smiled. Men! The Temple Master stood up and said. Instantly, over 10 black-robed warriors appeared from the darkness. Every one of them covered their faces and held curved blades in their hands. Follow Yang Dingtian closely. As long as he doesn't leave empty 10,000 blood, he can go anywhere and do anything he wants. What all of you need to do is to stay within 3 feet of him at all times. The Temple Master ordered coldly. Send him to the duel arena in 2 hours. Yes. Over 100 black-robed warriors shouted coldly. Their voices were orderly and wooden. There was only coldness and no emotions. Then, the Temple Master said to Yang Dingtian, Every one of these black-robed warriors has a cultivation that is 10 times stronger than yours. If you wish to escape, feel free to give it a try. There are still 2 hours before the duel arena. You can tour around and also get intimate with Dugu Aoshuang. In short, enjoy your last 2 hours. With that, the Temple Master turned and left. Then, over 10 black-robed warriors went forward and surrounded Yang Dingtian in the middle. They didn't leave within 3 feet of him. At this moment, there were still 55 hours before the duel with Qin Xiaobai. Under the encirclement of over 10 black-robed warriors, Yang Dingtian and Dugu Aoshuang strolled around empty 10,000 blood. The entire empty 10,000 blood was huge and hideous. There wasn't much scenery, but the word strange stood out. Also, it was the evil and mysterious characteristic of evil ways. Why didn't you choose the first one? Why did you choose the second one? Why did you choose the most dangerous one? Dugu Aoshuang asked. Yang Dingtian smiled and said, Actually, no matter which one I choose, it's all the same. Your father has never thought of letting me go. He's only playing with me and tormenting me. It's just like how a cat won't kill and eat a mouse when it catches one. Instead, it will play with the mouse to its heart's content until the mouse is in despair. Previously, he had already lost to me in the spiritual battle in the prison. Do you think he will let me go again? Then what should we do? Dugu Aoshuang asked anxiously. Spend our last 2 hours well. Don't think too much about anything else. Yang Dingtian said. Just now, I was in the 10,000 blood pool cave. It was really close to death. Are you interested in going in to play again? Dugu Aoshuang instinctively shook her head. At this moment, she really wasn't in the mood to play. However, seeing Yang Dingtian's gaze, she still instinctively nodded. Thus, the two of them climbed down from the rope and walked into the 10,000 blood pool cave. Yang Dingtian walked very quickly on the stone path that was a few thousand meters long. Because of the battle between the two formidable demonic beasts, the stone path was in a mess. Even De Gaoxuang, who was worried, revealed a curious expression. However, these black-robed martial artists turned a blind eye to it. Their eyes were closely following Yang Dingtian. They had no interest in the outside world and were like robots. Yang Dingtian walked faster and faster, deeper and deeper. De Gaoxuang followed behind and couldn't help but reveal a trace of doubt. She didn't know what Yang Dingtian wanted to do. Midway, it was the place where Yang Dingtian hid De Gufengwu. De Gaoxuang, who was in a mess, didn't notice it. The black-robed warriors were even more indifferent to everything on the path. When they were nearing the fire demon Violet Lion's territory, De Gaoxuang reminded, "The fire demon Violet Lion's territory is in front. Those without the 10,000 blood token will be in danger if they go near. The fire demon Violet Lion will tear us into pieces." "Don't worry, nothing will happen," Yang Dingtian said. "Oh right, these Bat Blood Guards are really like killing machines. Do they only know how to obey orders? Don't they have their own emotions?" De Gaoxuang didn't know why Yang Dingtian was asking this, but she still nodded. When they were about 100 meters away from the entrance of the 10,000 Blood Pool Cave, which was also the fire demon Violet Lion's territory, Yang Dingtian suddenly stopped. He patted De Gaoxuang's shoulder and said, "You stay here." "Why?" De Gaoxuang asked. "Don't ask why. Just do as I say," Yang Dingtian said. "Trust me. Just do as I say." Through this sentence, it was obvious that Yang Dingtian had ill intentions. If they were smart, they would immediately kill Yang Dingtian. However, the black-robed warriors acted as though they didn't hear anything. Their sharp gazes followed Yang Dingtian closely. As long as he didn't leave their sight, no matter what Yang Dingtian did or said, they wouldn't bother. This was the Temple Master's order. They were the Bat Blood Guards, and their duty was to obey the orders of the Temple Master. Obey, obey, obey. Furthermore, it was absolute obedience. Even if it was a mountain of blades, a sea of flames, or an abyss of hell. After letting De Gaoxuang stay where she was, Yang Dingtian headed straight for the 10,000 Blood Pool Cave. He headed straight for the fire demon Violet Lion's territory. Without any hesitation, the Bat Blood Guards followed closely behind. Very soon, the fire demon Violet Lion discovered this group of possible intruders. It immediately stood up slowly with its huge body. Its eyes shot out a warning and furious glow as it opened its bloody mouth at the group. It was obvious that as long as they dared to take a step into its territory, it would start a massacre. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian increased his speed abruptly and dashed toward the 10,000 Blood Pool Cave. "No!" De Gaoxuang cried out in surprise. She then broke into a run and chased after Fang Xingjian. The Bat Blood Guards didn't hesitate, nor did they panic. They maintained their speed no matter how fast Yang Dingtian was. They maintained a distance of 3 feet from Yang Dingtian at all times. It looked like Yang Dingtian was about to pass through the door and invade the fire demon Violet Lion's territory. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. "Yang Dingtian, no!" De Gaoxuang cried out in surprise. Yang Dingtian leaped and dashed over. De Gaoxuang closed her eyes, not daring to see the scene of Yang Dingtian being torn apart by the fire demon Violet Lion. Moreover, in her opinion, this tragedy would definitely happen because Yang Dingtian didn't have the 10,000 blood token anymore. The fire demon Violet Lion would kill anyone who entered without the 10,000 blood token, even if it was the Temple Master himself. This demonic beast only recognized the token and not the person. The fire demon Violet Lion was so powerful that it could smash Yang Dingtian into meat paste with just a light slap. But soon, something that shocked De Gaoxuang happened. Yang Dingtian, who had barged into the fire demon Violet Lion's territory, wasn't attacked at all. That formidable demonic beast roared at Yang Dingtian. Even though it was incomparably furious, it still didn't launch an attack. "What's going on? How is this possible?" De Gaoxuang was shocked. Could it be that the fire demon Violet Lion's temperament changed drastically after the battle with the 8-headed demon Flood Dragon? Yang Dingtian continued to walk in and was already more than 3 feet into the stone door. Without any hesitation or fear, the first Bad Blood Guard followed him and stepped through the stone door, intruding into the fire demon Violet Lion's territory, as though it didn't know what was going on. Roar! The fire demon Violet Lion was furious. How dare someone intrude into its territory? Courting death. Instantly it pounced forward and slapped with its claws. The Bad Blood Guard pulled out its curved blade and slashed at the fire demon Violet Lion. It was decisive and ruthless, as though it wasn't a Grandmaster-level demonic beast in front of it, but an ordinary tiger or leopard. Red! With a loud sound, blood mist splattered everywhere. The first Bad Blood Guard was instantly smashed into meat paste and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Even though he had foreseen this scene, Yang Dingtian was still shocked by this bloody scene. But what happened next was even more shocking and shocking. But the second, third, and fourth continued to walk through the stone door and intrude into the fire demon Violet Lion's territory one after another. They truly didn't know what fear was and didn't know what death was. They didn't stop and didn't panic. It was as though they were queuing up to enter the library, entering one after another. Everyone had clearly seen the first Bad Blood Guard being smashed into meat paste, but they still chose to queue up and die. The fire demon Violet Lion was also stunned, but it became even more furious. It felt that it was being looked down upon. Roar! It roared again and slapped down again. The second Bad Blood Guard pulled out its curved blade to block, doing exactly the same as the first Bad Blood Guard. Then, the result was exactly the same. It was smashed into meat paste. Followed by the third, fourth, and fifth. Everyone's actions were the same, as though they were the same person. Pulling out the curved blade, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Then, it was smashed into meat paste by the fire demon Violet Lion. Just like that, everyone queued up to die in an orderly manner. Yang Dingtian and Duge Aoshuang weren't the only ones who were shocked speechless. Even the fire demon Violet Lion was stunned. When the last Bad Blood Guard walked in, its raised claw was still trembling slightly. It was obviously used to killing people like scything flax, but it actually couldn't bring itself to slap down. Humph, they are just stupid humans. It's better to kill them all. The fire demon Violet Lion roared and slapped down. The last Bad Blood Guard was smashed into meat paste. In less than 3 minutes, more than 10 powerful Bad Blood Guards were wiped out. They were killed by Yang Dingtian in a very simple way. But at this moment, Yang Dingtian didn't feel any joy in his heart, only sorrow and shock. That's right. Yang Dingtian promised the temple master that he would choose the second option, a duel with a beginner mystic martial master. He was a man of his word, but he wasn't pedantic. He understood the temple master very well. Not to mention whether a 3-star mystic martial warrior like Yang Dingtian could defeat a beginner mystic martial master. Even if Yang Dingtian won in the end, the temple master wouldn't keep his word and let him go. To keep one's word with a man of his word, but to keep one's word with a man of his word, that wasn't noble, but foolish. Therefore, Yang Dingtian never wanted to choose one option. The only thing he wanted was to think of a way to escape. At this moment, there were still 53 hours before the duel with Qin Xiaobai. After killing, the fire demon Violet Lion returned to its bed and turned its back to Yang Dingtian. It was as if it didn't see Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian didn't look at the fire demon Violet Lion and walked out. When he stepped out of the stone door, the fire demon Violet Lion laid down and closed its eyes to sleep. Yang Dingtian went forward and held Duge Aoshuang's hand. Her hand was ice cold. "Let's go," Yang Dingtian said. Duge Aoshuang looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief and said, "Why didn't the fire demon Violet Lion kill you?" Yang Dingtian said, "This is a secret between us. Let's go, I still have something I need you to do." After that, Yang Dingtian held Duge Aoshuang's hand and walked forward. Duge Aoshuang seemed to have yet to recover from the shock and followed Yang Dingtian in a daze. She looked at Yang Dingtian with a complicated gaze from time to time. Because she was from the Temple of Blood, and because the person that Yang Dingtian killed was also from the Temple of Blood. Therefore, the emotions in her heart were in a mess right now. Soon enough, Yang Dingtian pulled Dugu Aoshuang to the place where Dugu Fengwu was hidden and stopped. He looked into her eyes and said, "Shuanger, no matter what you see next, don't be surprised and don't suspect me, alright?" Dugu Aoshuang didn't understand, but she still nodded obediently. Yang Dingtian walked to the corner and moved away the boulder that was blocking them. Dugu Fengwu's absolutely beautiful body was revealed. She was simply wrapped in an inner skirt and covered with a piece of clothing. "Sister?" Dugu Aoshuang exclaimed and immediately pounced forward. Dugu Aoshuang went forward to help the beautiful person up. She saw that Dugu Fengwu's absolutely beautiful face was deathly pale, and there were traces of blood at the corner of her mouth. She immediately looked at Yang Dingtian and said, "Yang Dingtian, what did you do to her?" Yang Dingtian said, "I didn't do anything." Dugu Aoshuang said, "Then why is she like this?" Yang Dingtian explained, "A few hours ago, after the fire demon Violet Lion left the cave and fought with the 8-headed demon Flood Dragon, I entered the cave and jumped into the 10,000 blood pool to cultivate. But I didn't expect that when I entered the 4th level of the 10,000 blood pool, I would find your sister, Dugu Fengwu, there as well. At that time, she was cultivating with her eyes closed and didn't have any reaction. After I finished cultivating, I immediately left the 10,000 blood pool. But right at this moment, she suddenly woke up and found me immediately. She wanted to kill me. In the end, when she was circulating her mystic qi, she went berserk and fainted." Afterward, Yang Dingtian explained the situation tirelessly. "Will she die?" Dugu Aoshuang asked. "She won't. Her mystic meridians were injured, and I immediately gave her the best elixir. It is even better than the elixir that I took. I believe that she will be fine after a period of time." Yang Dingtian didn't lie. He gave Dugu Fengwu the 6th grade Saint Spirit elixir that Ningning gave him. Even when Yang Dingtian was at his most injured state, he didn't consume it. Dugu Aoshuang hesitated for a long time and couldn't help but ask, "Then did you do anything to her? Why is she completely naked? I have never heard that entering the 10,000 blood pool to cultivate requires such things. Furthermore, she is so beautiful, and no man in this world can resist her temptation. I didn't do anything. The first 3 levels of the 10,000 blood pool don't require the removal of clothes. But once you enter the 4th level, even if you are wearing clothes, all your worldly possessions will instantly turn into ashes," Yang Dingtian said. "Furthermore, your sister is vicious and merciless. Despite her unparalleled beauty, I have always kept a respectful distance from her." Dugu Aoshuang lowered her head for a moment and said gently, "I believe you." Immediately after, Dugu Aoshuang started to carefully tidy up Dugu Fengwu's clothes. Yang Dingtian was in a hurry to put on his clothes, so Shuanger had to take off some of his clothes before putting them back on. Yang Dingtian quickly turned around. Intentionally or unintentionally, he still secretly checked Dugu Fengwu's entire body. She might have a kind heart, but she was still very suspicious. Suddenly, Dugu Aoshuang exclaimed and spoke with a trembling voice. "Yang Dingtian, you still say that you didn't do anything. How can you do this?" Yang Dingtian was shocked and couldn't help but ask, "What did I do? You still say that you didn't do anything to my sister. Take a look for yourself," Dugu Aoshuang cried out. When Yang Dingtian turned around and saw this scene, he was instantly stupefied. He saw a trace of captivating red blood stain on Dugu Fengwu's snow-white thigh, which was especially eye-catching. Furthermore, the blood was flowing out from her body. Shuanger's tears immediately gushed out as she looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. How can you do such a beastly thing? She is my sister." This time, Yang Dingtian really couldn't clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. How could this be? Yang Dingtian obviously didn't do anything to Dugu Fengwu, and the others didn't do anything either. When Yang Dingtian hid Dugu Fengwu, there was no one else in the cave. Furthermore, There were no traces of the boulder being moved. There was only one explanation. Either Yang Dingtian's action of hugging her was too big, and he accidentally hurt her body. Or, when the fire demon Violet Lion went berserk, the boulder in the cave collapsed, and the dismembered corpses flew everywhere. One of the shattered rocks just so coincidentally injured Dugufengwu. Even though it was too much of a coincidence, there were only these two explanations. Yang Dingtian was 10,000% sure that he didn't do anything to this woman. He was really wrong to death. Yang Dingtian immediately spoke out these two possibilities. Impossible. Dugu Aoshuang had always been pure and weak, but now, her suspicious and extreme character was completely revealed. Her eyes were bloodshot as she said, "It is you. My sister is so beautiful, and no man can resist her charm. When she didn't have any ability to resist, you must have sullied her." Looking at her eyes, Yang Dingtian knew that all his explanations were futile. Dugu Aoshuang's environment was too special. Even though she was innocent and kind, she was also extremely stubborn. Once she decided on something, she would never change her mind. He took a deep breath and said, "Then I won't explain any more. It's up to you to believe it or not. There isn't much time left. Let's put on her clothes and carry her to your house. After that, we have to leave immediately. Because you betrayed your father, he will definitely not let you off." "No, I won't go with you even if I die," Dugu Aoshuang said agitatedly. "Leave quickly. Leave immediately. I don't want to see you again. Leave immediately." The current Dugu Aoshuang was even a little hysterical. Yang Dingtian wanted to persuade her again, but unexpectedly, Dugu Aoshuang took out a white bone whistle and put it in her mouth to blow it. "Leave immediately. Otherwise I will blow the whistle. When that time comes, you won't be able to leave even if you want to," Dugu Aoshuang said with a trembling voice. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, "I will still keep my promise and find something to restore your looks. No matter if the scales on your body are from some kind of poison or if you are from a special race, my promise to you will not change. I will definitely come back and give you an explanation." "No, you don't have to come. I don't want to see you again," Dugu Aoshuang said coldly. Yang Dingtian bowed deeply and said, "Then take care." After that, Yang Dingtian took off his clothes and put on Dugu Fengwu's clothes. Dugu Fengwu was wearing a dashing male outfit. It was a white brocade robe with golden threads, making her look especially noble and unruly. Her height wasn't inferior to Yang Dingtian, so this outfit was very fitting on Yang Dingtian's body. Yang Dingtian put on Dugu Fengwu's golden mask and wore Dugu Fengwu's unique jade pendant on his waist. At this moment, from the surface, it was hard to recognize that Yang Dingtian was impersonating Dugu Fengwu. Yang Dingtian kept his night owl giant sword into his spatial ring and picked up Dugu Fengwu's artifact sword. He then quickly walked out of the cave. Looking at Yang Dingtian's back view, Shuang immediately cried out loudly. As she cried, she helped Dugu Fengwu wear Yang Dingtian's clothes. "Yang Dingtian, I hate you. But I still love you. I am chasing you away because I don't want to implicate you." Just as Yang Dingtian walked out of the cave, countless bows and weapons were aimed at him. Over 100 experts from the Temple of Blood were riding on flying beasts and wielding weapons as they surrounded Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian didn't move and just stood there indifferently. He lifted his head slightly and looked at everyone with disdain. When they saw Dugu Fengwu coming out, all the experts from the Temple of Blood jumped off their flying beasts and knelt on the ground, sticking their upper bodies to the ground. It was obvious how much respect Dugu Fengwu had in the Temple of Blood, and how much respect everyone had for her. Yang Dingtian's height was about the same as Dugu Fengwu's, and with Dugu Fengwu's clothes and mask on the ship, the group of people from the Temple of Blood didn't even dare to take a closer look. Therefore, they treated Yang Dingtian as Dugu Fengwu. Yang Dingtian ignored them and walked past the crowd. He picked an awe-inspiring flying beast, which was a golden lion vulture. He leaped onto this golden lion vulture and flew towards the southwest direction of Cloud Heaven City. At this moment, the morning sun rose, and the disc-like twin suns jumped up from the river of ecstasy. The blood-red river of ecstasy made the twin suns look as red as blood. At this moment, there were still around 50 hours before the martial arts duel with Qin Xiaobai. And this place was still close to 7,000 miles away from Cloud Heaven City. The golden lion vulture flew faster and faster on the surface of the river of ecstasy, and the giant mountain of blood behind it was getting further and further away. Farewell, Temple of Blood! Qin Xiaobai, wait for me. I am coming. Wait for me to have a battle to the death with you. Yang Dingtian flew towards Cloud Heaven City with an intense murderous aura and willpower. Chapter 115. Riding on the golden griffin, Yang Dingtian frantically urged it to fly. Fly, fly, fly. Fly at the fastest speed possible. Yang Dingtian wasn't safe enough now. As long as the Temple of Blood found Dugufengwu, Yang Dingtian would be exposed. Therefore, the pursuers could come at any time, and they would definitely come. Therefore, Yang Dingtian had to make use of this precious time to fly as far away as possible from the Temple of Blood. As long as he flew out of the Temple of Blood's sphere of influence and entered the neutral land of chaos, he wouldn't have to be afraid. The land of chaos was filled with all sorts of people. As one of the evil ways, the Temple of Blood definitely wouldn't dare to enter the land of chaos openly. Yang Dingtian drove the golden griffin to fly frantically. After flying over a few hundred miles of the Rapture River, there were no pursuers. After flying over 1,000 miles of the Temple of Blood's sphere of influence, there were still no pursuers. Yang Dingtian's tensed heart gradually relaxed. After flying over 1,000 miles of almost no man's land, there were still no pursuers. It was a pity that this golden griffin's speed was far inferior to that incomparably huge bloodthirsty bat. Finally, after 6 hours of flying and over 2,000 miles, Yang Dingtian left the Temple of Blood's sphere of influence. Then, after more than 2 hours of flying, they crossed the netherworld swamp, which weighed thousands of kilograms. Finally, Yang Dingtian entered the neutral land of chaos. He was basically safe here. As long as Yang Dingtian disguised himself slightly, he would be able to blend into the crowd. Yang Dingtian let out a breath of relief, but he still felt a little strange. Why were there no pursuers? Could it be that they didn't discover the Dugu sisters? Or perhaps Dugu Aoshuang didn't say anything and even helped him cover up? Otherwise, there would definitely be pursuers. It was really strange. However, Yang Dingtian didn't have time to think so much. He was already very lucky to be able to escape alive. After entering the fringe, one would have to land because the place was too chaotic. Flying in the sky would be too one-sided and one could be shot down at any time. Moreover, only by blending into the chaotic crowd would one be truly safe. Of course, a heaven-defying expert like Dugu Fengwu could strut around wherever she went. At the edge of the fringe, there weren't many people. Yang Dingtian found a deserted place at the southern edge of the netherworld swamp and descended from the sky. After that, he knocked the golden lion vulture unconscious and took off Dugu Fengwu's elegant clothes. He took off his mask and changed into an unremarkable silk robe from his spatial ring. After that, he used the disguise technique that Shimen Ningning had taught him to disguise himself into a person who looked rather glamorous on the surface, but was actually in dire straits. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian used his fastest speed to rush to the southern edge of the netherworld swamp. This was the place where he and the Black Blood Cavalry brothers had agreed to meet. Yang Dingtian needed these 10 Black Blood Cavalry brothers to escort him back to the Cloud Heaven City. Furthermore, Yang Dingtian was very concerned about their safety. However, when Yang Dingtian arrived at the meeting place, he didn't see the figures of the 10 Black Blood Cavalry brothers. Moreover, there were a few blood stains in the reeds. However, there didn't seem to be many traces of battle. It seemed that even with the cultivation of the Black Blood Cavalry experts, they didn't have enough time to fight. Yang Dingtian's heart jumped. What happened? Could the Black Blood Cavalry brothers have met Dugu Fengwu? After searching the surroundings again, he still couldn't find any traces of the 10 Black Blood Cavalry brothers. Yang Dingtian wasn't willing to give up and searched everywhere like a madman. However, after searching for close to 2 hours, he still couldn't find any traces. There was no note, no secret signal, and no half a warhorse. The 10 Black Blood Cavalry brothers seemed to have evaporated into thin air and disappeared into thin air. Yang Dingtian was very upset, but he couldn't waste any more time. At this moment, there were less than 40 hours before the duel with Qin Xiaobai. This place was close to 4,000 miles away from the Cloud Heaven City. Yang Dingtian was in trouble. Without the escort of the 10 Black Blood Cavalry experts, he couldn't escape. With just Yang Dingtian alone, it was almost impossible for him to reach the Cloud Heaven City within the stipulated time. The land of chaos was simply too chaotic. After searching for over an hour, Yang Dingtian still couldn't find any traces of the Black Blood Cavalry brothers. He couldn't delay any longer. Furthermore, the Temple of Blood's pursuers would arrive at any moment. Yang Dingtian could only give up first and send people to search for the whereabouts of the 10 Black Blood Cavalry brothers in the future. Yang Dingtian used his fastest speed to run out of the no-man's land at the edge of the swamp. After spending 2 hours, he arrived at a town. At this moment, there were still 35 hours before the duel with Qin Xiaobai. 35 hours to run close to 4,000 miles. If Yang Dingtian was alone and constantly switched to the best mounts, there might still be a chance. However, if Yang Dingtian was alone, there would be countless obstacles along the way. The land of chaos was the most dangerous region. The possibility of Yang Dingtian successfully covering 4,000 miles by himself was absolutely zero. Then, should he find a mercenary group to escort him? Not to mention that the mercenary groups in the land of chaos were ruthless. Killing and robbing were common occurrences. Even if they were escorting him normally, it was absolutely impossible to cover 4,000 miles in 30 hours. Therefore, it seemed that Yang Dingtian was at his wits' end. "Master, I really didn't want to look for them. I didn't expect that I would still have to look for them." Yang Dingtian sighed in his heart. He really didn't want to look for this faction, but he had no other choice at the moment. Therefore, Yang Dingtian found an inconspicuous restaurant in the town. Outside the restaurant, there was a drawing of a strange animal. It had the feet of a deer, the body of a snake, the legs of a lion, and the claws of a phoenix. This was the Taekwondo League's secret stronghold. This stronghold belonged to the Yin-Yang school. There were as many experts as there were clouds in the stronghold. They had the fastest and most powerful mounts that could travel more than 2,000 miles in a day. It was natural for the Taekwondo League to have strongholds in the land of chaos. These strongholds became the intelligence stations of the major sections. Anyone who said the correct entry point would receive the greatest help from the Taekwondo League stronghold. The other party didn't ask for any reason or conditions. They just needed to say the secret code and entry point. These secret codes were set by the Yin-Yang school. Without a doubt, because of Dongfang Minmi, Yang Dingtian knew all the secret codes of the Yin-Yang school's strongholds. If he didn't have a choice, Yang Dingtian really didn't want to use any of the Yin-Yang school's forces. After taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian walked into the Yin-Yang school stronghold and said to the shopkeeper, "Give me a bird fish from the eastern cloud state. Prepare an underground room for me. No windows, no openings, but the sun must be able to shine in." The shopkeeper's eyebrows trembled slightly as he said, "Follow me." Then, Yang Dingtian followed him to the underground secret room. "What do you want?" After entering the secret room, the shopkeeper didn't ask any questions and directly asked. Yang Dingtian replied, 5 experts at the martial mystic level and above to protect me. At least 1 martial ancestor level expert. The fastest mounts to escort me to Cloud Sky City. Okay, please wait a moment." The shopkeeper walked out of the secret room. At this time, there were still 34 hours until the battle with Qin Xiaobai. 10 minutes later, Yang Dingtian rode the fastest mounts to Cloud Sky City under the protection of 8 experts. This was the fastest mounts on the continent, covering a distance of 200 miles in an hour. Among the 8 experts, 5 were martial mystic level experts and 3 were martial ancestor level experts. Although such a team wasn't the strongest in the Bedlam lands, without any heavenly treasures, No one in the Bedlam lands was willing to provoke such a team because the losses outweighed the gains. He didn't eat, didn't sleep, and didn't rest. Yang Dingtian was in a frenzy as he traveled through the night sky and was as fast as lightning. After 30 hours, Yang Dingtian had traveled 4,000 miles. In front of him was a large river. This could be considered the end of the Bedlam lands. On the other side of the river was Cloud Sky City's sphere of influence. A few days ago, Yang Dingtian had crossed this river and entered the Bedlam lands, embarking on an arduous and dangerous journey. In the end, his efforts didn't go to waste. He had successfully broken through in the blood pool. However, thinking about his experiences during this period of time, Yang Dingtian let out a long sigh. Although it had only happened a few days ago, too many things had happened during this period of time. It was too thrilling, so it felt like a few years. Looking at the faintly visible Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth and said, "Qin Xiaobai, I did all of this for you. Wait for me, I'll fight you to the death. Cross the river." Yang Dingtian suddenly raised his mount and quickly crossed the stone bridge, entering Cloud Sky City's territory. At this time, the two suns were almost in the middle of the sky. Once the sun was in the middle of the sky, it would be the final moment of the battle. Therefore, there were less than 2 hours left before the deadline. And the distance to Cloud Sky City was only a little more than 100 miles. At this time, in Cloud Sky City, there was a surging tide of people. Tens of thousands of people surrounded the battle arena, which was set up in the largest square in Cloud Sky City. Everyone looked at the two suns in the sky, waiting for the final moment to arrive, or perhaps Yang Dingtian's arrival. Qin Xiaobai, dressed in snow-white clothes, stood on the high platform, looking handsome and elegant. Shimin Yanyan stood on the highest platform in the center, looking east with her beautiful eyes. It was unknown whether she hoped that Yang Dingtian would appear or not. Madame Shimin's beautiful eyes were red and swollen, and her face was haggard. It was obvious that the rumors during this period of time had brought her incomparably great harm. Shimin Ningning looked to the east uneasily and muttered to herself, "Little Tian, I really hope that you don't come." Shimin Lai also looked to the east and said, "Yang Dingtian, I hope that you can make it, but I also hope that you can't." The square was filled with people. There were Cloud Sky City's disciples and people from Cloud Sky City's related forces. This time, there were even more people in the square than in the previous elimination battle. Not only did Cloud Sky City turn out in full force, but all the forces in the territory were also present. Shimin Lai even brought nearly 1,000 black blood cavalry and sat neatly in a corner of the square. They didn't make any sound, but they had a powerful aura. Everyone knew that this battle would decide many things. Everyone was whispering to each other. If Yang Dingtian's previous breakthroughs were all because of his incest with Madame Shimin, then he definitely won't appear today. That's right. If that's the case, who knows where he would have escaped to by now. However, if he appears and defeats Qin Xiaobai, then it means that his breakthrough was based on his own talent. That proves that his breakthrough was completely due to his heaven-defying talent, and the matter between him and Madame Shimin is just a rumor. That's right. If Yang Dingtian can defeat Qin Xiaobai this time, then, no matter who spreads rumors about Yang Dingtian in the future, I won't believe it. That's right. If Yang Dingtian can defeat Qin Xiaobai this time, then I will firmly support him to become the new Cloud Sky City Lord. Countless people were discussing spiritedly, other than those close to Yang Dingtian. Everyone was looking forward to Yang Dingtian's arrival. Yang Yan walked to Qin Xiaobai's side and said indifferently, "We sent out hundreds of people, but we didn't get any news about Yang Dingtian. Don't worry, he will come. He's a fool." Qin Xiaobai smiled faintly. "It's even better if he comes. We can settle it once and for all," Yang Yan said. "Yang Dingtian's talent is too shocking. If you really give him a year and a half, then you won't be his opponent in the martial arts competition for the City Lord's position next year." Hearing this, Qin Xiaobai's face darkened. He then sneered, "But he won't live for a year and a half. It's enough that I'm much stronger than him. Even if he breaks through 2 or 3 levels, he will definitely die." He doesn't even know how much strength I have hidden. Yan Yen smiled faintly. So, in the duel later, you must kill him instantly. Only then can you shock all the disciples of Cloud Sky City. Do you understand? Don't worry, Qin Xiaobai said indifferently. At most, he will die in 3 moves. 8 Taekwondo League experts protected Yang Dingtian as they rushed across the wide stone bridge in the shape of an arrow. This stone bridge was 300 meters long and 20 meters wide. At this moment, it was empty. 9 people and 9 mounts passed through like the wind. In front, the incomparably tall and majestic Cloud Sky City was already in sight. Chapter 116. 9 people and 9 mounts rushed across the stone bridge like the wind. Suddenly, the situation changed. A figure appeared out of thin air in the middle of the originally empty stone bridge. His back was facing Yang Dingtian and the others, blocking their path. He really did appear out of thin air. There was definitely no one on the bridge before. This person was dressed in a green robe and had a wooden stick in his hair. He looked simple and carefree. The 8 Heaven Dao Union's experts had a change in expression as they immediately surrounded Yang Dingtian. Subsequently, the leader of the martial ancestor class experts stepped forward and bowed. Friend, please do us a favor and let us pass. The person blocking their path did not turn around. Instead, he said indifferently, leave this person behind and you can leave. I won't kill you. The Taekwondo League expert's expression changed. He said coldly, who are you? Are you determined to be our enemy today? Enemy? Just a few of you aren't worthy. The person blocking their path said indifferently. Then he turned around. It was an ordinary face. Yang Dingtian had never seen this person before. Then he pointed at Yang Dingtian. Leave this person behind and you can leave. You want us to leave this person behind? Kill us first. The Taekwondo League expert said coldly. Then, the 8 of them drew their swords in unison. The person blocking their path slowly drew a thin sword from his sleeve. He said, kill you? All right then. Annihilation sword formation. The 8 Taekwondo League experts waved their swords in unison. 8 rays of light converged to form a dazzling blue ray. It was dazzling and shot towards the person blocking their path. With the 8 of them working together, their strength was even stronger than a martial ancestor realm expert. The power of this sword ray was unparalleled. It might not be able to topple mountains and overturn seas, but it would not be a problem to flatten a tall tower with dozens of floors. Even if there were hundreds of people at Yang Dingtian's level, they would still be reduced to ashes by this sword ray. The person blocking their path was not in a hurry. He gently drew a flower with his sword. Just when the others thought he was going to raise his sword to block, he held his sword behind his back. Then, he lightly flicked his left hand at the incoming sword ray. Boom! It was like a bomb that exploded silently. An incomparably powerful energy suddenly rippled out. In an instant, the dazzling and powerful exterminating sword radiance was turned into nothing. The sword formation formed by 8 experts was so powerful that the person blocking the way didn't even bother to use his weapon. He just flicked it away with a finger. The 8 experts of the Heavenly Dao Union were completely stupefied. They knew that this person was an expert when he had suddenly appeared in the middle of the stone bridge. However, they hadn't expected him to be so powerful. It wasn't that they couldn't catch up to him, but it wasn't that they couldn't catch up to him. The leader of the Taekwondo League, a martial arts grandmaster, put away his sword and bowed. Friend, no matter what business you have, please wait until we complete our mission and escort the target to Cloud Sky City. How about that? If you can do me this favor, then the Taekwondo League will owe you a favor. Originally, the identity of these people from the Heavenly Dao Union had to be kept a secret. However, now that they had encountered such a top-notch expert, they had to call out their names. Otherwise, if they were to kill someone, then it would very likely turn into a clash between 2 big forces. Taekwondo League? The person blocking the way raised his eyebrows and looked at Yang Dingtian. You actually found someone from the Taekwondo League to be your bodyguard. You really know how to cause trouble for me? the leader of the Tiando League said proudly. Since you know about our Tiando League, then please do us a favor. The Tiando League is really scary. The person blocking the way waved his sword. But I'll say it again. Either you hand over the target, or you die. Hand over the target? Our Tiando League can't afford to lose face like this, the Tiando League expert said coldly. Then, he raised his sword and prepared for battle. All right, then I'll kill a few Tiando League ants. The person blocking the way swung his sword, and a powerful force enveloped the entire bridge. Suddenly, the sturdy stone bridge cracked. Wait! Yang Dingtian couldn't bear to see the people from the Tiando League die just like that. Thus, he walked over. Stop right there. Quickly retreat to the protective formation, the Tiando League expert said. Yang Dingtian looked at him and said, Your protection has ended. You guys have done an excellent job. Please return to the organization and report back. After saying that, Yang Dingtian got off his horse and walked toward the person blocking the way. The Tiando League expert hesitated for a moment, but he didn't stop Yang Dingtian from approaching the person blocking the way. Senior, I still wasn't able to escape from your evil clutches in the end. Yang Dingtian went forward and said helplessly. The person blocking the way was obviously the Temple of 10,000 Bloods Temple Master, Du Xiao. However, his appearance had changed completely. However, Yang Dingtian was still able to recognize him from his eyes and his mocking and arrogant manner. It was no wonder that no one was chasing after Yang Dingtian when he left the Temple of 10,000 Blood on his golden griffin. Du Xiao didn't think much of his escape. Originally, he could have captured Yang Dingtian at any time. However, he didn't make a move at the River of Ecstasy. He didn't make a move at the Temple of Blood's territory. He didn't make a move at the Land of Chaos. It was only when he was about to step foot on Cloud Heaven City's soil that he suddenly appeared. That's right. This was his style of doing things. He would let you go to heaven first, and then throw you down to hell. Yang Dingtian looked at the demonic face and the mocking gaze. He couldn't help but say, Temple Master Dugu, if I didn't guess wrongly, you gave me two choices. Back then, when you gave me two choices, you knew that I wouldn't fight with the mystic martial master and would choose to escape. That's right, Du Xiao said. As for the first choice, the second choice would be the same. You would choose to escape. To talk about honor with a person like me who speaks without thinking, it isn't noble but foolish. You aren't so pedantic that you can't be saved, Yang Dingtian said. You knew that I was going to escape, so you took the opportunity to let me go. You waited until I was about to reach home before stopping me to make me despair. That's right. This is your style of doing things. However, isn't the price too high? You sacrificed more than 10 loyal Bat Blood guards just to torture and toy with me? Who asked you to win against me before? The feeling of meeting a worthy opponent is very satisfying. Of course, I had to have fun, Du Xiao said. I expected that you would want to escape, but I really wanted to know. How did you escape from more than 10 Bat Blood guards? What I didn't expect was that you did it so effortlessly. You used the fire demon Violet Lion to smash my Bat Blood guards into meat paste. My guess was right. When you left the 10,000 blood pool, the reason why you weren't killed by the fire demon Violet Lion wasn't because of the 10,000 blood token, but because of other reasons. What was the reason that the fire demon Violet Lion didn't kill you and was even a little afraid of you? Yang Dingtian's mind immediately thought of that teardrop ornament. Say it, otherwise I will cripple your profound veins and explode your qi. Du Xiao said. To you, this should be something more terrifying than death. Yang Dingtian's body trembled. That's right. To Yang Dingtian, this was more painful than death. Furthermore, Du Xiao was a demon and would definitely do what he said. The fire demon Violet Lion was a powerful Grandmaster level demonic beast, but after seeing the teardrop ornament, it was scared out of its wits. It was certain that this teardrop ornament would definitely be a huge shock to the Temple of 10,000 Bloods Master, Du Xiao. As long as Yang Dingtian took it out, he would definitely be safe and sound. He had this confidence and feeling. Yang Dingtian spread out his hands and shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he had nothing to say. So you're not going to say it? Dugu Xiao asked. Yang Dingtian nodded. Dugu Xiao immediately raised his palm and placed it on Yang Dingtian's shoulder. He only needed 1/10 of his profound qi to release it slightly. Yang Dingtian's qi would explode and his profound veins would be destroyed. He would become a complete cripple. Whatever mission, whatever dream, everything would be gone. This might be Yang Dingtian's most dangerous moment, so his body was trembling. I thought you wouldn't be afraid, Dugu Xiao said. Of course I will be afraid, Yang Dingtian said. It's just that I won't let my fear defeat my courage. Dugu Xiao sneered and said. So you're not going to say it? Yang Dingtian nodded. His attitude might be casual, but his heart was extremely determined. All right, if you don't want to say it, then so be it. Everyone has the right to keep secrets, Dugu Xiao said and immediately removed his palm from Yang Dingtian's shoulder. This meant that he wasn't going to destroy Yang Dingtian? Instantly, Yang Dingtian was slightly stunned. What was going on with this great demon? What kind of show was he putting on now? Earlier on, if he didn't say it, he was going to completely destroy Yang Dingtian's duel. It was completely non-negotiable. Now, he was letting him off so easily. What was this great demon trying to do? Immediately after, Dugu Xiao said, Oh right, when you were cultivating in the blood pool, you met Dugu Fengwu, right? Yang Dingtian nodded. And she was completely naked? Dugu Xiao asked again. Yang Dingtian nodded. However, you didn't take the opportunity to sully her, right? Dugu Xiao said. I took her pulse, and she is still pure and flawless. Yang Dingtian instantly let out a long breath of relief and said, Many thanks to Senior for clearing my name. Don't be in a hurry to thank me, Dugu Xiao said. I told Dugu Fengwu this. I said, Fengwu, don't be upset. Even though Yang Dingtian, this bastard, took the opportunity to sully you, you will always be pure in father's heart. Fengwu expressed that she was very angry and wanted to immediately rush out from the bed to tear you into pieces. However, she was disturbed by you when she was cultivating, and her mystic meridians were damaged and needed to be nursed back to health. She will probably recover in a few months to half a year. The first day after she comes out of seclusion, she will leave the Temple of Blood to kill you. Therefore, you have to be careful then. Yang Dingtian instantly widened his eyes and glared at Dugu Xiao. You! How can you say that to her? We are evenly matched, but you are a small character, and I can't kill you or keep an eye on you all the time. However, you have defeated me before, so I can't let you be comfortable. Therefore, I found an even more difficult opponent for you, Dugu Xiao said. Of course, Dugu Fengwu's innate talent is too high, and she is a little too arrogant. It is inevitable that she considers everyone else beneath her. I need to find an opponent for her. Dongfang Bingling is too far away, and since you are here, I can make use of this opportunity. Yang Dingtian instantly gnashed his teeth with hatred. This great demon, you are going to torture me to the point where I wish I was dead. Yang Dingtian shuddered at the thought of facing a woman who was obsessed with hatred and had heaven-defying martial arts. How was Dugu Fengwu's cultivation? How was her heart? Yang Dingtian was the clearest. She could kill people like killing chickens. Following which, Dugu Xiao laughed and said, All right, you are on your own now. I am going to take my leave. You are going to leave just like that? Yang Dingtian was astonished. This great demon had tortured Yang Dingtian countless times. This time, she had obstructed him on the way back to Cloud Heaven City, causing his heart to fall into a bottomless abyss. Yang Dingtian had already prepared himself for the most painful things, but he didn't expect the other party to let him off so easily. Dugu Xiao really turned and left, heading towards the northeast direction of the Temple of Blood. Halfway through, he turned back and said to Yang Dingtian, Your breakthrough in the blood pool is truly astonishing. If I didn't remember wrongly, the highest breakthrough in the blood pool in history was only 2 grades. However, you broke through 4 grades. It is truly astonishing. Therefore, When I saw you again in Duge Aoshuang's bridal chamber, I was so shocked that I was speechless. Senior is overpraising me, Yang Dingtian replied. However, if you were to duel with Qin Xiaobai with your current cultivation, you would still die. You are definitely not a match for him, Duge Xiao said. This is a little fox and a little venomous snake. He is better at hiding his strength than you can imagine. He is even stronger than you can imagine. I have calculated that if you were to duel with him, you would only be able to withstand 4 moves at most. After that, you would instantly collapse and die. Yang Dingtian's face twitched. He wanted to say something ruthless, but it was obvious that Duge Xiao wasn't someone who spoke without thinking. However, he still believed that there was a way. I have a cultivation technique that can allow you to turn defeat into victory, Duge Xiao said. This cultivation technique is called the Evil Soul Art. That's right. Just from the name, you can tell that it is very evil. It can allow you to turn defeat into victory. Evil Soul Art. Instantly, Yang Dingtian's entire body shivered. That's right. This was one of the most evil cultivation techniques in the world. Furthermore, there was a story behind this cultivation technique. 200 years ago, the Wooden Sword Castle's young master Li Tianxiao and the Northwest Qin clan's third young master had a trial by duel because of a bloody case. Li Tianxiao was a romantic and did not put much effort into cultivating martial arts. Therefore, his cultivation was 10 levels lower than the Qin clan's third young master. Everyone thought that Li Tianxiao would definitely die in this trial by duel. However, when the duel happened, the result blinded everyone's eyes. Li Tianxiao won, and he even instantly killed the Qin clan's third young master. Everyone was completely shocked. They couldn't believe their eyes. This battle made Li Tianxiao famous under the heavens. After that, Li Tianxiao's cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. He went from an unremarkable hedonistic young master to an expert that shocked the world. How did he suddenly become so powerful and terrifying, instantly killing an opponent that was 10 levels higher than him? The reason was the Evil Soul Art. Evil Ways of the Supreme Treasure Manual, the Evil Soul Art. It could be said that as long as one grasped the Evil Soul Art, a weak person would be able to instantly kill an opponent that was 10 times stronger than him as long as he had enough puppet battle souls. The Evil Soul Art was split into the Soul Assimilating Art and the Soul Burst Art. The Soul Assimilating Art was to extract an expert's spirit and refine it into a powerful puppet battle soul. After refining it, it would be stored in a special soul tool. The Soul Burst Art was to wait until the most dangerous moment of the battle and use the puppet battle soul in one's own profound chi to attack. In an instant, the power was boundless, and it could instantly kill the opponent. This sounded similar to refining a martial spirit. However, it was completely different. Refining a martial spirit was to use a powerful demonic beast's battle soul to refine it for one's own use. Furthermore, this battle soul was permanent. As for the Evil Soul Art, it was to use an evil technique or medicine to control an expert before using the Soul Assimilating Art to extract his spirit from his body. From then on, that person would become a walking corpse. Furthermore, every puppet battle soul that was extracted could only be used once. In other words, every time the Evil Soul Art attacked once. This meant that an expert's spirit had been extracted, and he had become a walking corpse. Hence, this was the most terrifying waste. It was so evil that it made one's hair stand on end. Of course, it was also so powerful that it made one's hair stand on end. Among the evil techniques ranked by the Taekwondo League, the Evil Soul Art was one of the best. As long as you learn this technique, you can kill Qin Xiaobai, save Shimin Yan Yan, and save Cloud Heaven City, Duge Xiao said. How about it? Beg me, and I'll teach you. Sorry, I'm not interested in this at all, Yang Dingtian said coldly and turned to leave. Yang Dingtian absolutely hated this kind of evil technique. This technique was even more evil and cruel than the yin-yang devour Xian technique. Once one was infected with this kind of evil technique, half of one's cultivation would be destroyed. In this world, any shortcut had a price. Yang Dingtian even rejected something as good as the yin-yang devour Xian technique, let alone this evil soul art. This technique is coveted by countless people. You don't want it? Duge Xiao said. However, I won't give it to others. If you don't want it, I'll force it to you. After saying that, Yang Dingtian's body flew backward and was directly sucked in front of Duge Xiao. Then Duge Xiao pressed his palm on Yang Dingtian's head and silently chanted a mysterious evil chant. Boom! Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's brain seemed to be forcefully opened. An incomparably powerful energy drilled into his brain and into his body. The evil soul arts technique route, profound qi circulation method, and the cultivation chant. Every word, every picture, every scene, was forcefully poured into Yang Dingtian's brain. Ah, don't! Yang Dingtian screamed fiercely and struggled desperately. But it was completely useless. Under Duge Xiao's palm, this evil technique continuously forced its way into Yang Dingtian's body. Every word seemed to be engraved in his brain, incomparably clear and incomparably deep. Yang Dingtian used all of his energy, all of his will, all of his spirit to resist, repel, and fight. Suddenly, the two energies and wills crazily fought in Yang Dingtian's mind. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's face was twisted in incomparable pain. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices and tendons popped up. It was as if his body was going to explode and die at any time. However, Yang Dingtian tried his best but still couldn't resist Duge Xiao's evil technique completely planted in the depths of Yang Dingtian's mind. Countless energy and countless information fiercely drilled into the depths of Yang Dingtian's mind. After a full 10 minutes, Duge Xiao's palm loosened and Yang Dingtian immediately fell to the ground. The entire contents of the evil soul art, the deepest principles, and even Duge Xiao's unique understanding of the evil soul art were all deeply engraved in the depths of Yang Dingtian's mind. They could never be erased. This evil soul art was even more profound and powerful than the one Li Tianxiao grasped in the past. Note: the second 5,000 words have been delivered. There will be a third. There are only 0 votes today. Can we not be like this? Tears streamed down his face. Chapter 117. Yang Dingtian suddenly pounded his head with all his might, and then used his head to knock against the sturdy stone railings of the bridge. Quickly get out, quickly get out! Quickly forget it, forget it! He pounded his head with all his might, wanting to completely erase this evil martial technique from his mind. However, this was impossible. Duge Xiao had engraved this evil martial technique into the deepest part of Yang Dingtian's mind. It was at the same level as Shimen Wuya and Dongfang Minmi, and at the same level as the duel 5 years later. This meant that if Yang Dingtian wanted to forget this evil martial technique, he would have to forget Shimen Wuya, Dongfang Minmi, and his own mission. Very soon, Yang Dingtian's head was badly battered and bleeding. However, that evil martial technique was still extremely clear in his mind. Duge Xiao was a devil. This was definitely a devil. You want to destroy me, destroy me! Yang Dingtian shouted out loudly to Duge Xiao. You might as well kill me! Destroy you? Duge Xiao laughed coldly and said, In the future you might not even have the time to thank me. Be careful, don't get too addicted. Following that, Duge Xiao pointed to the 8 Taekwondo League experts and said, These are the bodyguards you hired. When I took action against you, they didn't even dare to get close. What kind of bullshit Taekwondo League is this? Immediately, the martial ancestor realm expert from the Taekwondo League said with a displeased expression, Sir, please be careful with your words. The influence behind me is something you can't imagine. Be careful not to get yourself into trouble. My name is Duge Xiao, the Temple of 10,000 Bloods Master, the leader of the evil ways, Duge Xiao suddenly said. In that instant, the countenances of the 8 Taekwondo League experts changed drastically. Although they could sense that this expert's cultivation was rare in the world, they would never have thought that he was actually Duge Xiao. As experts of the evil ways, once they stepped out of the evil ways territory, even if they were to enter the neutral fringe, it would be considered an official declaration of war against the major sections. The Tiando League would once again form an alliance to suppress them. Who would have thought that as the leader of the evil ways, not only would he enter the fringe, but he would also step into the territory of a prestigious sect. Dugu Xiao directly called out his name, which meant that he wanted to kill him. What do you want to do? Think about the consequences. We have the Tiando League and the Yinyang School behind us. The Tiando League, Wu Zong said coldly. Yinyang School? Dugu Xiao sneered and said, Dongfang Minmi is no longer here. Dongfang Bingling is a genius. In 20 or 30 years, she will be number one in the world. She might even be able to step into the unprecedented half-saint realm. However, she is still young. Therefore, no one in the Yinyang School is a match for me. Zhu Qinzhu has ulterior motives, the Yin sect hides from the world, and Shimen Wuya died early. Who else in the world do I fear? You want to use the Yinyang School to scare me? Dugu Xiao laughed as he left. His steps were slow, but his walking speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he passed by the 8 Tiando League experts and walked 100 meters away. The 8 of them raised their swords as if they were facing a great enemy, waiting for Dugu Xiao's killing move. However, he just passed by them without any movement. Was he going to let them go just like that? Heh, Tiando League! Dugu Xiao shrugged his shoulders. Suddenly, an incomparably powerful energy burst out from Dugu Xiao's shoulder like a nuclear explosion. This was an invisible energy that couldn't be seen or touched. It was like a gust of wind. PFFF. Instantly, the 8 experts of the Heavenly Dao Union were frozen in place. They couldn't move at all. Even moving their fingers was difficult. However, they were still alive. This is my gift to you. 8 fresh and hot puppet war souls. Their cultivation isn't damaged at all, but they can't move at all. You can refine them with the soul assimilation art. This ring is the best soul item that Li Tianxiao used in the past. I'm giving it to you. I hope that you can become the second Li Tianxiao in the future. Dugu Xiao said while walking. But you have to hurry because these 8 people will turn into ashes in less than an hour. Suddenly, a simple and unadorned ring flew towards Yang Dingtian. I don't need it. I won't use fresh lives in exchange for my strength. Moreover, it's fake strength. Yang Dingtian roared at Dugu Xiao before dodging the ring. Perhaps it was a peerless treasure, but Yang Dingtian didn't want it. You're still so hypocritical. What? You can't bear it anymore? Fine, I'll turn them all into zombies. They'll become walking corpses that have martial strength but no intelligence. Then you can take their martial souls with a clear conscience, right? Dugu Xiao said. Then, he swung the thin sword in his hand. Suddenly, the 8 Tiando League experts felt their heads shake. In an instant, the 8 pairs of eyes that were full of vitality disappeared. They became dull and lifeless. Just as Dugu Xiao had said, he had spared the lives of the 8 of them, but he had destroyed their minds. Remember, you have an hour to refine their martial souls. Otherwise, you will die under Qin Xiaobai's sword. Just wait for your Shimen Yan Yan and Madame Shimen to be ravaged and sullied by him. Dugu Xiao laughed heartily before vanishing in front of Yang Dingtian's eyes. Devil, this is a devil. Yang Dingtian looked at Dugu Xiao's disappearing back view. Ever since he came to this world, he didn't regret anything he did. However, he really couldn't say if he regretted going to the Temple of Blood. If he didn't go to the Temple of Blood, he wouldn't have offended a devil like Dugu Xiao. Yang Dingtian might have successfully broken through to Class 3 in the blood pool, but he had attracted Dugu Fengwu's extreme hatred. Once she came out of seclusion, she would definitely not let him off. Moreover, the most direct consequence was that the 8 experts of the Heavenly Dao Union would be killed right before his eyes. Dugu Xiao, one day, I will destroy your evil soul. Yang Dingtian slowly stood up from the ground and wiped off the blood on his face. He then walked over to the 8 Tiando League experts, who were now walking corpses. Of course, he wasn't going to refine their martial souls. He was going to confirm if they could still be saved. After taking a careful look at each of them, he gave them high-grade elixirs. There was no use at all. They were completely hopeless. Everyone's intelligence, brain, willpower, and everything else had been destroyed and irreversibly damaged. All that was left of them was their bodies, normal mystic meridians, and vigorous spirit sea. They were the best puppet battle souls. As long as he collected these puppet battle souls, it would be easy to kill Qin Xiaobai. I won't use it. No matter how strong your evil soul art is, I won't touch it at all. Otherwise, I will be completely destroyed. Yang Dingtian said coldly. You said that I am definitely not Qin Xiaobai's match. You said that I can't even withstand 4 moves from him. I don't believe it. I want to try. Then Yang Dingtian bowed to the 8 Taekwondo League experts and said, I'm sorry that you lost your lives because you were escorting me. I'm sorry that I can't save you, but I promise that you will leave this world in one piece. Your martial souls won't be stolen. After saying that, Yang Dingtian jumped onto his riding beast and ran towards Cloud Heaven City. Suddenly, he realized that when Duge Xiao used his invisible energy to destroy the 8 Taekwondo League experts, the 8 riding beasts were safe and sound. What a powerful Duge Xiao! Let's go! Yang Dingtian shook the reins and quickly crossed the stone bridge. He stepped into Cloud Heaven City's territory and rushed towards Cloud Heaven City as fast as he could. Pooh! The moment Yang Dingtian left the stone bridge, the 8 Taekwondo League experts whose minds had been destroyed instantly turned into ashes. Their bodies turned into ashes inch by inch. A gust of wind blew and the 8 of them turned into ashes, scattering all over the ground. What was even more strange was that the ancient soul tool seemed to have a life of its own. It quickly chased after Yang Dingtian. Wherever Yang Dingtian went, it would go. I want to see how you can cause trouble, Yang Dingtian sneered. Then, he directly threw the soul tool ring into his spatial ring. In an instant, the evil and cold energy of the soul tool ring disappeared without a trace. It was as if it had completely disappeared from this world. Yang Dingtian continued to charge towards Cloud Heaven City. When he crossed the bridge, Yang Dingtian discovered a few corpses lying on the ground. They didn't have any injuries on their bodies. Their faces revealed extremely shocked expressions. They seemed familiar. They were people from Cloud Heaven City. He didn't know why they died here. However, Yang Dingtian didn't care about these things at this moment. He directly charged over. There was less than half an hour until the final moment of the trial by duel. However, the tens of thousands of spectators were already completely impatient. They were already scolding and ridiculing, and their words were getting more and more unbearable. As for the forces of Black Blood Castle that supported Yang Dingtian, their morale was already extremely low. I already said that Yang Dingtian definitely wouldn't dare to come. He knows that as long as he comes, he will definitely die. Oh my god, it seems like Yang Dingtian really did break through because of Madame Shimin. He swallowed and stole her celestial qi. Otherwise, he would still be a useless martial arts beginner. Yang Dingtian is really a beast. City Lord Shimin is a hero, but he is really blind. Madame Shimin looks quite decent. Why did she cheat on her husband after he left for only a month? And it's with her own son-in-law? This woman is really too shameless. However, she is so beautiful. She really benefited Yang Dingtian. Hearing all kinds of insults, Madame Shimin was on the verge of collapsing. Her vision turned dark, and she was about to faint at any moment. The shameless rumor that Qin Xiaobai spread completely destroyed her reputation in just a few days. It also destroyed her spirit. In just a few days, her cultivation had regressed by close to 10 years. Her body had lost close to 5 kilograms. At this moment, hearing the countless vicious attacks, she really wanted to jump down from the city wall and die in front of everyone to prove her innocence. Hearing the countless vicious attacks, Yan Shimin was so angry that her entire body trembled. She clenched her teeth and bled. She looked at Qin Xiaobai with eyes filled with endless hatred. Qin Xiaobai, whose clothes were whiter than snow, looked at the sun in the sky and then looked at Yan Shimin. He slowly said, Big sister Yan, Yang Dingtian won't be coming. You will soon be punished even more. You will receive the 10,000 devouring punishment. The 10,000 devouring punishment was to tie a person to the highest point of Cloud Sky Mountain, allowing countless scavenger vultures to devour the person alive. The flesh on the person's body would be eaten piece by piece by these beasts' sharp beaks. This was practically the highest punishment in Cloud Sky City. Do you want to live? Begged me. I am a very easy person to talk to. Qin Xiaobai smiled. Yan Shimin turned a deaf ear to him and only looked in the direction of the eastern city gate. Facing death with equanimity? Qin Xiaobai sneered. Then after noon, how about we immediately publicly judge your mother's crimes? In front of tens of thousands of people? How does Cloud Sky City punish adultery? She will be paraded for 3 days and then drowned in lava. And in her situation, she will be punished even more. Do you want your mother to suffer such humiliation? Instantly, Shimin Yan Shimin's delicate body trembled. Her beautiful eyes suddenly looked at Qin Xiaobai. If you don't want her to suffer such a terrible fate, then beg me? I am very soft-hearted. If you beg me, I will agree. Qin Xiaobai's eyes greedily looked at Shimin Yan Shimin's beautiful face. Who knew that Shimin Yan Shimin sneered and said, At most I will die. I can't wait for Yang Dingtian to not come. If he doesn't come today, he will definitely come back in the future. Maybe a year, maybe 3 years. When he comes back, it will be the day of your death. Stupid woman. Qin Xiaobai sneered. Can't I use your mother to threaten you? Then I will try to use you to threaten your mother. Madam Shimin, the #1 beauty in the Northwest continent. This junior has admired you for a long time. At this moment, there was still half an hour before the deadline of the duel, but Qin Xiaobai already couldn't wait. He looked at the sun in the sky and slowly walked to the center of the high platform. He loudly said, The final moment of the trial by duel is coming soon. If Yang Dingtian still doesn't appear, it will be considered a failure. Shimin Yan Shimin has been convicted of murder, and her crimes will be increased by another level. Cloud Sky City has issued a 10,000-mile kill order for Yang Dingtian. No matter where he is, his life will be taken. Any warrior who brings Yang Dingtian's head back to Cloud Sky City will immediately receive a shocking reward. Bang! Suddenly, the city gate was slammed open from the outside. Yang Dingtian, dressed in a red robe, rode on a huge riding beast and slammed open the half-closed city gate. He directly rushed in. Instantly, the entire plaza fell into silence. Immediately after, everyone stood up and looked at Yang Dingtian one after another. Everyone thought that Yang Dingtian wouldn't come. Seeing Yang Dingtian's arrival, Shimin Yanyan's beautiful eyes shot out an unprecedented radiance. Then, her delicate body went soft and was about to collapse. Madame Shimin's eyes flashed, and she fainted. Shimin Ningning quickly went up to support her. While supporting Madame Shimin, Ningning's gaze followed Yang Dingtian's figure as tears welled up in her eyes. He finally came back safe and sound. He came back from the devil's den in the Temple of Blood. Yang Yan looked at Yang Dingtian's figure and was momentarily stunned. He then sneered and said, This fool really came to court death. Shimin Lai finally let go of his huge sword and said softly, Yang Dingtian, you really came? But it's good that you came. Shimin Ju's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Yang Dingtian's figure and revealed a complicated expression. At the same time, the morale of the Black Blood Castle's forces was greatly boosted as they let out a series of majestic cheers. Yang Dingtian rushed to the center of the arena and got off his riding beast. He suddenly pulled out his night owl huge sword and pointed it at Qin Xiaobai. He said, Come down. Qin Xiaobai smiled and said, I didn't expect that you really came to court death. Then, his body shook slightly, and he instantly floated down from the stage and landed in front of Yang Dingtian. It was as if his entire body was weightless. Yang Dingtian, many things happened when you weren't around. Qin Xiaobai smiled and said, Enough of the idle talk. Draw your sword. Yang Dingtian said coldly. No hurry. Qin Xiaobai smiled and said, You don't have to be in such a hurry to die. Before you die, let's talk about your funeral. Your wife, your mother-in-law, what should you do? I am very willing to take on the heavy responsibility of taking care of them. You just have to take good care of your mother, Yang Dingtian said. Also, when you are fooling around in the wilderness, you have to find a more secretive place. Otherwise, if you are encountered again, it will be difficult to find the person who wants to kill you to silence you. Once these words were said, Qin Xiaobai's expression changed drastically. His body shook, and his eyes revealed an incomparably vicious and fearful radiance. He looked at Yang Dingtian and said coldly, "Do you know? Because of what you said, countless people will be killed. Everyone who is related to you, even if it's just a little bit, will be killed by the Northwest Qin clan." Yang Dingtian sneered and said, "Anyway, it's either you or I who will die today. It doesn't matter. So, put away your smartass act and start the massacre. Yang Dingtian, you are already dead today. Shimin, Yan Yan, and the others can live, but now they can't either. Everyone who is related to you must die." Qin Xiaobai said coldly and viciously. Then, he slowly pulled out his sword. It was an incomparably sharp, bloody black gold sword with powerful xian qi. That's right, it was the bloody black gold sword. The sharp sword in Qin Xiaobai's hand shook violently, and suddenly it let out a thunderous roar. A mist-like red flame suddenly rose from the sword, and the entire sharp blade burned fiercely. Before the battle started, an incomparably powerful energy spread out, causing people to tremble in fear. The Primal Chaos Destroyer sword was Cloud Sky City's unique consummate skill. The first city lord, Yan Yunxiao, used the Primal Chaos Destroyer sword to become one of the 9 martial saints in the world for 1,000 years. Therefore, it could be said that the Primal Chaos Destroyer sword was almost the representative of Cloud Sky City. Yang Dingtian also slowly pulled out his sharp sword. The ugly and strange night owl giant blade was like a twisted piece of iron. Just its appearance alone was like heaven and earth compared to Qin Xiaobai's bloody black gold sword. "Yang Dingtian, I will kill you within 5 moves, like slaughtering a pig or a dog. If I can't take your life within 5 moves, it will be my loss. How about it?" Qin Xiaobai said loudly. His voice was like thunder, resounding through the entire square. Suddenly, everyone was shocked. Qin Xiaobai's words ignited everyone's blood. He must kill Yang Dingtian within 5 moves, or it would be his loss. How bold, how confident. Yan Yan looked up at the sun. At this moment, the 2 suns were hanging in the sky. "Time's up. Let's fight!" Yan Yan raised a huge sword and fiercely smashed it on the city wall. With a loud sound, the huge sword shattered into pieces, and countless fragments scattered below the city wall. Primal Chaos Destroyer sword, first sword, sword against the heavens! Qin Xiaobai waved the burning bloody black gold sword and fiercely jumped into the air, slashing down at Yang Dingtian. The burning bloody black gold sword suddenly turned into a few dozen feet long blue sword light. It was as if it could split the mountains and split the sea, slashing down at Yang Dingtian's head. Note, thank you, please. Chapter 119. The burning bloody black gold sword turned into a blue sword ray that was several meters long. It slashed towards Yang Dingtian's head as if it could split mountains and seas. Wow, this is the energy of a 9-star mystic martial warrior! That's right, from the length and color of the sword ray, it was obvious that Qin Xiaobai was using the energy of a 9-star mystic martial warrior. If Yang Dingtian hadn't broken through to Mystic Martial Warrior and was still a 9-star Mystic Martial Warrior, this move would have turned him into ashes. Pig-slaying swordsmanship, split in 2. Bang! Yang Dingtian held the sword with both hands and leaped into the air, using the 7th move of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. After injecting his mystic chi, the Night Owl Great Sword extended a 2-meter-long sword ray and slashed upwards. Yang Dingtian really did break through. It's actually the sword ray of a beginner mystic martial warrior. Everyone was in an uproar. They didn't expect Yang Dingtian to break through to mystic martial warrior in just a few days. Boom! The 2 sword rays collided. A dazzling light burst out in the air, and the dust on the ground shook. Qin Xiaobai landed lightly on the ground. After Yang Dingtian landed, he took 4 steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. It was clear who won in the first move. Qin Xiaobai looked coldly at Yang Dingtian. I didn't expect you to break through to Mystic Martial Warrior. It's really shocking. It's only been a few days. Yang Dingtian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled coldly. He didn't respond. But so what? Qin Xiaobai raised his head and sneered. It's only the first move, and you spat out blood. What are you going to do next? You don't think I'm just a 9-star mystic martial warrior, do you? Then, Qin Xiaobai raised the bloody black gold sword again and injected his mystic qi. Boom! The bloody black gold sword burned fiercely again. Qin Xiaobai stood in place and aimed at Yang Dingtian's waist and slashed. Swish! A 4-meter-long yellow sword ray. Primal Chaos Annihilating Sword, the second move, Heaven and Earth Annihilation. Wow! This is the sword aura of a black martial master! Immediately, everyone stood up and looked at Qin Xiaobai in shock. Shimin Yan and Ningning exclaimed almost at the same time. Qin Xiaobai, this viper really concealed his strength, he really broke through to black martial master. If Qin Xiaobai was only a mystic martial warrior, even if it was a 9-star mystic martial warrior, then Yang Dingtian would still have the power to fight. However, Qin Xiaobai was indeed a mystic martial master, so there was practically no need to fight. Fighting someone of a higher rank was truly a death sentence. It was as if everyone could see Yang Dingtian being cut in half at the waist. Pig-slaying swordsmanship, sword into the chopping board, ah! With a loud roar, the night owl greatsword in Yang Dingtian's hand abruptly elongated to 20 feet long and stabbed into the ground, intercepting Qin Xiaobai's lightning-fast sword light. Boom! There was a loud noise. Qin Xiaobai's sword light fiercely chopped onto the night owl greatsword, bursting out a dazzling light. The center of the plaza suddenly exploded. Huge rocks flew everywhere, and the soil was overturned. The place where the 2 sword auras collided was directly blown into a deep pit with a diameter of several feet. As for Yang Dingtian, he flew out like a piece of straw. He stabbed the night owl greatsword into the ground, wanting to stop his body from flying out. The greatsword cut through the ground of the plaza, cutting through the hard stones and bursting out a string of sparks. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. After a total of 35 meters, Yang Dingtian finally managed to stop his rapid retreat. The entire plaza had a 35-meter-long deep fissure cut open by him. Pff. After stopping his retreat, blood spurted out from his nose and mouth like a rain of arrows. Yang Dingtian's face was completely bloodless like golden paper. However, he still didn't die. Everyone cried out in shock. In the second move, Yang Dingtian displayed the strength of a 3-star mystic martial warrior. Yang Dingtian was actually a 3-star mystic martial warrior. How was this possible? In just a few days, he actually broke through 4 levels. This was really too terrifying. Instantly, the rumors about Yang Dingtian and Madame Shimin, the rumors about Yang Dingtian using the profound devouring great technique to break through, had already turned into ashes. But even so, Yang Dingtian should still be dead without a doubt. A 3-star mystic martial warrior against a mystic martial master, fighting across levels, would definitely result in death. But why didn't Yang Dingtian die? Of course, it's because of Yang Dingtian's 9 Yang profound veins. Back then at Yin Yang school, Yang Dingtian was only an initiate. He didn't die even after receiving Zhu Hongshue's shocking attack. Under Shimen Wuya's infusion of profound qi and treatment, he still woke up and completely recovered. Therefore, even though Yang Dingtian was only a low-level mystic martial warrior, his profound veins' ability to resist attacks was already extremely strong. If Qin Xiaobai's powerful profound qi hit someone else, their meridians might be instantly destroyed and their entire body would turn into a pile of mush. But to Yang Dingtian, his profound veins were only slightly damaged. In the previous attack, Yan Shimin immediately closed her eyes, not daring to look. She was afraid that she would see Yang Dingtian's blood splattered on the spot. She only dared to open her eyes when she heard everyone's shocked voices. She saw that Yang Dingtian was still alive, even though he was half kneeling on the ground without any blood on his face. Her heart was relieved and sad, and she almost fainted. Yang Dingtian supported himself with the night owl great sword and struggled to stand up. He said to Qin Xiaobai, "Is this all you've got? You can't kill me. You said before, if you can't kill me within 5 moves, you lose." Right now, Qin Xiaobai's face was filled with shock. It wasn't because Yang Dingtian displayed the strength of a 3-star mystic martial warrior, even though this was already shocking enough. What shocked him was that the strength of a mystic martial master was actually unable to kill a mystic martial warrior. Previously, in order to boost morale, he said in front of 10,000 people that he would definitely kill Yang Dingtian within 5 moves. If Yang Dingtian didn't die within 5 moves, then it would be his, Qin Xiaobai's, loss, and Shimin Yanyan Shimin would be considered innocent. Qin Xiaobai was filled with absolute confidence when he said those words. In reality, he had absolute confidence that he would be able to kill Yang Dingtian in the second move. Saying that it would be 5 moves was already a lot more relaxed. But he didn't expect that Yang Dingtian wouldn't die after the second move. Instantly, Qin Xiaobai couldn't help but feel some regret. After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Qin Xiaobai said coldly, "What's the rush? It's only the second move. There are still 3 more moves. You've already lost half of your life. I want to see how you're going to defend against my third move." Once these words were said, Yang Yan and the others immediately relaxed. They were shocked because Yang Dingtian didn't die after the second move. They didn't expect that Yang Dingtian only had half of his life left. Qin Xiaobai's following moves would definitely be stronger than the previous one. Yang Dingtian definitely wouldn't be able to defend against them. He might even die in the third move. Primal Chaos Exterminating Sword, third move, Sun and Moon Decay. Qin Xiaobai roared loudly and shot into the air like a meteor. The bloody black gold sword in his hand danced. The sword suddenly shot out a dazzling sword light that was 13 feet long. The light danced in the air and emitted a dazzling brilliance that almost blocked the light of the 2 suns. Die, Yang Dingtian! The brilliance reached its peak. Qin Xiaobai's body once again shot towards Yang Dingtian like a meteor. The sword light in his hand spun crazily, forming a death whirlpool that swept towards Yang Dingtian's body. In an instant, the area around Yang Dingtian was engulfed by the sword light, and his figure instantly vanished. Such a huge sword light devouring formation made it impossible for people to dodge. Seeing Yang Dingtian's body completely engulfed and disappeared without a trace, Qin Xiaobai revealed a sinister smile and said, "Let's see if you're still not dead now." Yang Yan let out a long sigh of relief and sneered, "Yang Dingtian is finally dead." Shimin Yanyan let out a miserable cry and spat out a mouthful of blood. Shimin Ningning's face was pale as she muttered to herself, "Little Tian, sister believes you, sister believes you." However, the sword light devouring formation was getting smaller and smaller. Shimin Ningning's body gradually became colder and colder, and the hatred and killing intent in her eyes became stronger and stronger. What mission? What mission? I don't care about any of it. As long as Yang Dingtian dies, then everyone here will die with him. Tens of thousands of people will die with him. Shimin Ningning spat out cold and bloodthirsty words. Then, a green light shot out from her eyes. Her hands danced in her sleeves, and a terrifying green light began to spread out from her body. We'll die together. Everyone will be buried with Yang Dingtian, including me. Immediately, an incomparably poisonous and powerful green energy was about to burst out from Ningning's body. At the same time, Mrs. Shimin suddenly pulled out her sharp sword, circulated her profound qi, and was about to rush down. However, just as she circulated her profound qi, she immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Her entire body collapsed, and she collapsed back to her seat. Bang! Suddenly, a white light pierced through Qin Xiaobai's sword light devouring formation and flew dozens of meters into the sky. Then, it suddenly landed on the ground, shattering dozens of huge rocks on the ground. Yang Dingtian had broken through Qin Xiaobai's sword formation. After Yang Dingtian landed on the ground, the clothes on his body were almost completely tattered, and his entire body was riddled with wounds. Qin Xiaobai's sword light devouring formation was too astonishing. As long as one was swept into it, it would be as if there were countless sharp blades cutting them and countless energy bombarding them. Even if Yang Dingtian had the incomparably powerful 9 Yang profound veins, he could withstand the powerful profound qi damage. However, this was a naked physical injury. It directly crushed Yang Dingtian into meat paste. No matter how strong the 9 Yang profound veins was, it was useless. Seeing that Yang Dingtian had actually broken through his sword light devouring formation, Qin Xiaobai said in disbelief, "Impossible? How could you break through my sword formation? How is this possible?" Hanging a sheep's head, selling dog meat. Yang Dingtian said coldly, "Are you sure this is the primal chaos heaven destroyer sword? Others might not be able to escape from the devil-devouring sword formation, but I know where the flaws are. I can easily break through the formation." That's right, in order to kill Yang Dingtian, Qin Xiaobai's third move seemed to be the primal chaos heaven destroyer sword sun and moon decay on the surface. In fact, he was using the devil-devouring sword formation of the evil sect. This sword formation was created by the leader of the evil ways hundreds of years ago, the master of the burial sword pool, Ouyang Yuanmo. When this sword formation was activated, the sword formation could not overdraft the user's energy. It could also condense and devour the profound qi in the surroundings, making its lethality unparalleled. However, he did not expect that Qin Xiaobai actually knew the martial arts of the evil ways. Moreover, in order to kill Yang Dingtian, he actually risked exposing himself by using this devil-devouring sword formation. For hundreds of years, it was unknown how many experts of famous sects had been destroyed by this devil-devouring sword formation. Dongfang Minmi spent a lot of effort to find the flaws of this devil-devouring sword formation. In the midst of extreme danger, Yang Dingtian followed Dongfang Minmi's instructions and rushed towards the most dangerous part of the sword formation. As expected, he rushed out of the formation. Hearing the 4 words devil-devouring sword formation, Qin Xiaobai's expression changed slightly. He then sneered and said, "What devil-devouring sword formation? I don't know. This is clearly the primal chaos heaven destroyer sword sun and moon decay. If it was really some devil-devouring sword formation, how could you still be alive?" Yang Dingtian wiped the blood on his face and said while gasping for breath, "I won't argue with you. This sword formation should be your trump card. Even this can't kill me? What should you do? There are only 2 moves left. If you still can't kill me, you've lost. Is that so? Are you in such a hurry to court death?" Qin Xiaobai sneered and said, "Now you probably only have a quarter of your life left. I still have 2 moves left. I'd like to see if I can kill you or not." Finished speaking, Qin Xiaobai's figure rushed towards Yang Dingtian like lightning. The bloody black gold sword in his hand pierced towards Yang Dingtian's head. "Let's see if you die like this," Qin Xiaobai sneered and said. Yang Dingtian possessed powerful profound veins talent, and could withstand powerful profound qi damage. Then, Qin Xiaobai chose to fight in close quarters and directly use his sword to kill Yang Dingtian. "Your profound veins can withstand my profound qi, but they can't withstand my sharp sword. Primal Chaos Heaven Destroyer Sword's 4th move, Star's Transformation." As his voice fell, the sword in Qin Xiaobai's hand carried a whistling roar as it quickly pierced towards Yang Dingtian's entire body. The speed was incomparably fast, and the moves were incomparably profound. There was no sword light, but profound qi was still poured into the sword, immediately causing the incomparably hard and sharp bloody black gold sword to become truly indestructible. A sword duel? I'd like to see if there's any move that can compare to the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Yang Dingtian sneered in his heart. Every sword carried with it a soaring profound qi energy. In the following dozens of swords, Yang Dingtian spat out a mouthful of blood every time he received a sword. In an instant, dozens of swords were slashed, and blood spurted out like raindrops. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian's arm that was holding the sword cracked like a net, and even the skin on half of his body cracked inch by inch. In an instant, half of Yang Dingtian's body spurted out blood. He had already reached his limit. One had to know that Qin Xiaobai's profound qi energy was several times more than Yang Dingtian's, or even more than 10 times. As long as he received one more sword, perhaps Yang Dingtian's body would not be able to withstand it and directly explode. Seeing that Yang Dingtian was about to die, the corner of Qin Xiaobai's mouth revealed a sinister smile. Even though he was shameless, because this fourth move was really too long. But he had only used the fourth move of the Primal Chaos Heaven Exterminating Sword, Star's Transformation. The ground in the center of the plaza was almost completely dyed red by Yang Dingtian's blood. The tens of thousands of people in the plaza clearly saw that Yang Dingtian was practically a bloody man as he fought with Qin Xiaobai. This duel might not be the most powerful duel they had ever seen, but it was definitely one of the bloodiest and most tragic duels. Everyone sighed in their hearts. If they were in Yang Dingtian's place, they would have been finished long ago. How would they be able to hold on until now? On the city wall, Shimin Ju looked at Yang Dingtian, who was covered in blood. The corner of his mouth revealed a strange sneer, and the fist hidden in his sleeve clenched tightly. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was about to collapse and be destroyed at any moment. Because of his injuries, because of Qin Xiaobai's powerful destructive power, his consciousness and willpower were getting weaker and weaker. There seemed to be a voice ringing in his mind. Quickly use the evil soul art, quickly use the soul tool ring. There is a powerful soul inside. As long as you sense it, then use soul explosion, all the problems will be solved. Qin Xiaobai will leave and be instantly killed. Quickly use the evil soul art, quickly use the evil soul art. You will immediately turn defeat into victory. Not only will you save Shimin Yanyan's life, you will also gain the respect and worship of countless people. Quickly, quickly use the evil soul art. Quickly, quickly use the evil soul art. In Yang Dingtian's mind, there were constantly voices persuading Yang Dingtian to use the evil soul art. There was Shimin Yanyan's voice, Shimin Ningning's voice, and Shimin Wuya's voice. At this moment, the battle was getting more and more intense. Qin Xiaobai's sword was getting more and more violent. The injuries on Yang Dingtian's body were getting more and more serious. He was vomiting more and more blood. Chapter 120. I want to use my soul to summon the sword spirit of the Night Owl Great Sword and kill Qin Xiaobai, Yang Dingtian said resolutely. While Yang Dingtian was communicating with his master in his mind, Yang Dingtian was fighting with Qin Xiaobai. Qin Xiaobai had the upper hand and Yang Dingtian was in danger. His life was in danger at any moment. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's feet stopped and the sword in his hand slowed down. Qin Xiaobai was overjoyed and thought, "Now, Yang Dingtian, it's time for you to die." Qin Xiaobai let out a frenzied howl. The sword in his hand suddenly extended out a sword light that was around 15 meters long. It was thrusting towards Yang Dingtian violently. Instantly, Qin Xiaobai's eyes burst out with a bewitching and bizarre radiance. It was less than half a meter away and even a god wouldn't be able to dodge it. Yang Dingtian raised the Night Owl Great Sword and blocked the powerful sword aura. Bang! The sword aura pierced Yang Dingtian's Night Owl Great Sword and Yang Dingtian's body flew dozens of meters away. Immediately after, Qin Xiaobai let out a sinister smile as the sharp sword in his hand suddenly slashed horizontally towards Yang Dingtian's chest. Primal Chaos Exterminating Sword Technique's fifth move, Destruction of Heaven and Earth. Die, die! Qin Xiaobai roared. Then, the sword aura in Qin Xiaobai's hand expanded to 15 meters. This was the power of a 4-star mystic martial master. That's right, this was Qin Xiaobai's strongest power, a 4-star mystic martial master. Qin Xiaobai was actually a 4-star mystic martial master. He claimed to be a 9-star mystic martial master, but in reality, he was a 4-star mystic martial master. He hid 5 levels. His actual strength was several times greater than what he claimed. Shimin Lai and Madame Shimin both knew that Yang Dingtian must have broken through to the mystic martial master level, but they didn't expect him to be a 4-star mystic martial master. He was 1 stage and 11 levels higher than Yang Dingtian. At the last moment, Qin Xiaobai used all of his strength to the limit. After Yang Dingtian's body was slashed into the air, Qin Xiaobai used the 5th move of the Primal Chaos Heaven Destroyer Sword, Destruction of Heaven and Earth. Suddenly, a huge sword light appeared, as if it was going to pierce through the sky. Kill, kill, kill! Qin Xiaobai roared ferociously. He aimed at Yang Dingtian, who was floating in the air, and fiercely slashed out his final sword strike. At this moment, the light in Qin Xiaobai's eyes became even more demonic. Boom! There was a loud noise. The sword light pierced through Yang Dingtian's body and slashed into the hard ground of the square. It was as if he had been struck by lightning, leaving behind a deep scorched mark that was 3 to 4 feet deep and 4 to 5 feet long. Yang Dingtian, who was bleeding profusely, was sent flying dozens of meters away. He crashed into the hard ground of the square, creating a deep crater. His entire body was stuck in it. No one had expected that the final outcome would be so tragic. There were many people on the square who were hostile to Yang Dingtian. They should have been happy that Yang Dingtian's final outcome was so tragic. However, none of them laughed out loud. Shimin Yanyan's originally incomparably beautiful eyes had completely lost focus and were in a mess. At this moment, she walked out in a daze. There were still bloodstains on her chest. She walked out step by step and muttered to herself, "Husband, I'll accompany you, I'll accompany you." She wanted to walk to the top of the city wall, and then jump down. As for Shimin Ningning, her entire body was green. She had already fainted in her seat. Madame Shimin's entire body was trembling. She gritted her teeth and said, "I hate myself, I hate myself." Shimin Lai's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the arrogant Qin Xiaobai. He said coldly, "Yang Dingtian, you can die in peace. I will avenge you. Within 10 days I will cut off Qin Xiaobai's head, no matter what the consequences are." Qin Xiaobai withdrew the sinister smile on his face and slowly walked towards Yang Dingtian. He spoke in a cold voice. "I have already said that I will take your life within 5 moves. It is like slaughtering a pig or a dog. Not a single move more or less." Then, Qin Xiaobai turned to look at the top of the city wall and said, "In this duel, Yang Dingtian was defeated and died. Shimin Yanyan has been convicted of murder. Her crime is increased." Immediately, Yan Yan took a few steps forward and was about to announce the result of the duel. Qin Xiaobai walked in front of Yang Dingtian and squatted down. He said in a low voice, "Yang Dingtian, you are right. I did do that kind of shameful thing. And I did kill Tang Xian. That silly woman saw something she shouldn't have seen. Do you know what I did? I begged her first, and then I used sorcery to humiliate her. She swore on her parents that she would never tell anyone and asked me not to kill her. I agreed, but I killed her as soon as I turned around and pushed the blame onto Shimin Yanyan." Qin Xiaobai paused for a moment and said, "Don't worry, I will absolutely not kill Shimin Yanyan or Yang Peipei. Both of them just lost their husbands. One is in the prime of her life, and the other is beautiful and mature. I can't bear to kill them." In the end, Qin Xiaobai said in Yang Dingtian's ear, "All right, I've told you everything. You should be able to rest in peace. Don't worry, I'll take good care of your Shimin Yanyan, your Shimin Ningning, and your Madame Shimin." After he finished speaking, Qin Xiaobai stood up and said to Yang Yan, "Grand Elder, you can announce the result directly." Yang Yan looked at the 10,000 plus people in the square and said in a clear voice, "I announce that Yang Dingtian has lost this duel." Yang Yan hadn't finished speaking when there was an uproar in the square, and everyone's gazes shot towards Qin Xiaobai's back. Qin Xiaobai felt some voices behind him, and he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He felt a chill run down his spine, and then he turned around. "Impossible, absolutely impossible," Qin Xiaobai muttered to himself. His entire body seemed to have rusted as he turned around bit by bit. Then, he suddenly cried out in surprise. His entire face revealed a horrified expression, as if he had seen a ghost. Because Yang Dingtian, who everyone thought was dead, actually sat up from the pit at this moment. Then, leaning on the Nightbird greatsword, he slowly stood up and walked out. Yang Dingtian raised his greatsword and pointed it at Qin Shaobai. You didn't kill me after 5 moves, so it should be considered your loss. But this is too unfair, so I'll give you the chance to make a 6th move. Qin Shaobai's 5th move naturally didn't kill Yang Dingtian, because at that time, Yang Dingtian had already completely merged with the brutal sword spirit. With Qin Shaobai's strength, he was already unable to harm him in the slightest. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's eyes were scarlet red, completely filled with blood, and filled with anger and sorrow. That's right, at this moment he had already controlled the violent sword spirit in the Nightbird greatsword to fight. But the price was that he could no longer sense the existence of his master, Dongfang Minmi. Even though a large portion of this brutal sword spirit had been destroyed in the Battle of the Nightbird, the small portion that remained was still incomparably powerful and incomparably violent. Yang Dingtian would rather die than use the evil soul art, and he was also unwilling to use the evil soul tool ring, so he chose to control this brutal sword spirit to counterattack against the heavens. But only the sword spirit that he had refined step by step could be connected to his master's mind and fight side by side. Even Zhao Wuji couldn't control the violent sword spirit in this sword. Perhaps it was because Yang Dingtian's body had the brutal sword spirit and the Nightbird's energy aura, or perhaps it was because this violent sword spirit was suppressed by the Nightbird, but in short, Yang Dingtian actually succeeded in controlling this sword spirit by a large portion. Of course, it was only a large portion. At the final moment, this sword spirit violently counterattacked, instantly wanting to tear Yang Dingtian's soul to shreds. It was at this moment that Dongfang Minmi's soul appeared, suddenly suppressing the last bit of the violent sword spirit that rebelled. But after all, Dongfang Minmi was only a remnant soul. After suppressing the rebellious sword spirit, he couldn't sense his master, Dongfang Minmi. Immediately, Yang Dingtian tasted the taste of regret once again. If he hadn't been stubborn, if he had used the evil soul art, this wouldn't have been the result. But there was no such thing as if. At this moment, Yang Dingtian had already successfully blended in with this berserk sword soul. Endless fury and berserk rage were about to pour out. I'll give you a chance for the 6th move, quickly! Yang Dingtian suddenly roared, as if thunder had resounded from the horizon. The anger in his heart was about to explode his body. Qin Shaobai's body shook, then he laughed sinisterly. Is this the final radiance of the setting sun? Since you're not completely dead, then I'll completely tear you into pieces. With that, Qin Shaobai wiped his palm on the bloody black gold sword, and a blood mist immediately sprayed out, staining the blade. The originally red sword now looked black and vermilion after being stained with blood. Boom! Immediately after, the bloody black gold sword, along with Qin Shaobai's body, suddenly burned fiercely. The 6th move of the Primal Chaos Exterminating Sword, Primal Chaos Exterminating the Heavens. Suddenly, Qin Shaobai's surroundings suddenly darkened, as if all the light had condensed on the sword. The entire bloody black gold sword and his body seemed to have merged into one, completely transforming into an 8-foot-long giant sword, a ferocious burning giant sword. Swoosh! Qin Shaobai's man and sword became one, and a sword light of over 100 feet suddenly burst out. The purple sword light's brilliance shot out over 100 feet, as if it was going to pierce the entire sky. This was the last sword of the Primal Chaos Heaven Destroyer sword, and it was also the sword that made people tremble in fear. This sword almost instantly overdrew all of the swordsman's cultivation, causing the lethality to skyrocket by several times. Therefore, although the Primal Chaos Heaven Destroyer sword was only an 8th grade martial skill, it was also one of the most tyrannical martial skills. No one was willing to provoke an expert who used the Primal Chaos Heaven Destroyer sword, because once he went crazy and risked his life, even an opponent 2 or 3 times stronger than him could die under his sword. Now, Qin Shaobai actually overdrew all of the profound qi in his body, and used the incomparably tyrannical 6th sword, primal chaos heaven destroyer sword. Die, die, die! Qin Shaobai roared, and the incomparably huge sword light in his hand slashed down fiercely at Yang Dingtian's head. Die! Shiminju, who was watching the battle on the city wall, suddenly punched out, and a bright red light shot out from his palm. Immediately, the sky above the plaza changed color, and the ground trembled. Everyone held their breaths, waiting to see Yang Dingtian being dismembered into 1,000 pieces, turned into ashes, and turned into ashes. Ah! Yang Dingtian roared furiously, grabbed the night owl great sword in his hand, and suddenly slashed upwards. Roar! The sky darkened, as if a dragon and tiger were roaring, and also as if a devil was howling. Instantly, for some unknown reason, the flames on Qin Shaobai's body suddenly dimmed. Then, a ferocious and malevolent light suddenly rushed out from Yang Dingtian's night owl greatsword. Blood red, pitch black, pitch black. Two lumps of light, like two prehistoric giant beasts, suddenly surged out and collided with Qin Shaobai's huge sword light. Boom! An incomparably violent explosion burst out with dazzling light, causing the two suns in the sky to lose their color. With Qin Shaobai and Yang Dingtian as the center of the plaza, countless boulders tumbled and shattered. The plaza of hundreds of meters was shattered, leaving behind a deep and huge crater. Puff! After the light and shadow destroyed Qin Shaobai's sword light, the remaining sword spirit's afterimage slammed into Qin Shaobai's body. Don't! Yang Yan screamed. Bang! Qin Shaobai's body, like a straw, was suddenly sent flying into the air, blood spurting wildly. Now you can go to hell! Yang Dingtian roared and suddenly jumped into the air. The night owl great sword in his hand surged with light, turning into a red sword light, aiming at Qin Shaobai who was floating in the air, and slashed down. Pig-slaying swordsmanship's first move, piercing the throat and letting out blood. Pig-slaying swordsmanship's second move, cutting open the stomach. Pig-slaying swordsmanship's fourth move, digging out the heart and lungs. One sword after another, one sword after another. Countless sword lights, blood-red sword lights, crazily slashed at Qin Shaobai in the air, and the sword did not stop. Qin Shaobai's body floated in the air, unable to fall. One sword after another, the sword lights crazily slashed on his body. With each sword strike, blood spurted wildly. With each sword strike, his body trembled violently, and the sound of bones breaking rang out. Kill, 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 kill! Note, second update. Brothers, I'm begging for 2 monthly votes for pastries. Please, everyone. Chapter 121. Kill, kill, kill! Everyone was stunned by this scene, and no one had time to react. Why was it like this? Qin Shaobai, who had the upper hand and beaten Yang Dingtian to the point that he couldn't fight back, was actually being slaughtered crazily in the air. His clothes were already torn, and his entire body was completely naked. His body was badly mutilated, and blood was gushing out crazily. He was 10 times more miserable than Yang Dingtian. At this moment, Qin Shaobai was hit by Yang Dingtian's brutal sword spirit. His tendons and meridians were all destroyed, and his body was almost destroyed. Of course, he didn't have the slightest ability to fight back, and allowed Yang Dingtian to slaughter him. Ah! At this moment, a mournful scream suddenly came from the high platform, and then a beautiful young woman rushed out. It was Yang Shirshir, Qin Shaobai's biological mother. Previously, she had been hiding in the crowd and watching her son kill Yang Dingtian. Later on, when the situation suddenly changed and when Yang Dingtian was torturing Qin Shaobai to death, her entire brain felt as though it had been struck by lightning as she instantly lost all her consciousness. She only woke up abruptly when her son was about to be killed. Bang! Qin Shaobai's body fiercely smashed onto the ground like a pile of mud. He didn't move, and didn't make a sound. Yang Dingtian suddenly landed, and directly stepped on Qin Shaobai's head, and said coldly, "You shameless beast, you were caught by Tang Xian doing something shameful. You killed Tang Xian and framed Yan Nen. You even created unbearable rumors about Madame Shimin and tarnished Madame's reputation. You deserve to die, you deserve to die. Then, he aimed at Qin Xiaobai's body and fiercely slashed. Under his sharp sword, Qin Xiaobai directly became a eunuch. Don't! Yan Shishir suddenly screamed. Pig-slaying swordsmanship! Chop off the limbs and chop off the head! Yang Dingtian raised his huge sword, and fiercely wanted to chop off Qin Xiaobai's head and limbs. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's eyes were still scarlet red, and his face was ice-cold and bloodthirsty, as if he was possessed by the devil. Don't! Have mercy, have mercy! Yang Shishir sobbed. Yang Dingtian, listen to me. Just one sentence. Yang Dingtian coldly looked up at Yang Shishir and said, Speak! I don't know if Xiaobai is dead or alive, but as long as you don't slash down, I won't care about what you've done to Xiaobai. The Northwest Qin family won't take revenge. Otherwise, even if we have to go to the ends of the earth, the Northwest Qin family will tear you to pieces. Yang Shishir said. I will not be threatened. Yang Dingtian's giant sword slashed down. He couldn't sense Dong Fang Minmi's presence. His rage soared to the heavens, and he only wanted to tear Qin Xiaobai to shreds. In order to kill Qin Xiaobai, he had no choice but to summon the brutal sword spirit of the Night Owl Great Sword to fight. In the end, in order to suppress the sword spirit's backlash, his master's divine sense was shattered. How could Yang Dingtian not be furious? Wait! I'll let the Northwest Qin family fully support you as Cloud Heaven City's lord, as long as you don't slash down. Yang Shishir cried out. She loved her son to the bone, or else she wouldn't have said such a condition. I'll take what I want myself. I don't need others to give it to me, Yang Dingtian said generously. Shimin Yan is innocent. I'll immediately return her to you. Yang Shishir said anxiously. I won the duel, so Shimin Yan is innocent. Are you done? If you're done, I'll tear Qin Xiaobai to pieces, Yang Dingtian said coldly. After he finished speaking, he directly slashed at Qin Xiaobai's neck. Silly child, wake up. Suddenly, Dong Fang Minmi's weak voice sounded in his mind. Yang Dingtian's body shook and his eyes regained their clarity. He was overjoyed. Seeing that his sword was about to cut off Qin Xiaobai's head, he quickly turned his wrist. Pa! The huge sword fiercely slashed at the hard plaza, leaving a deep crack. Master, are you all right? Yang Dingtian was overjoyed. I don't know, but I'll definitely be away from you for a while. Just now, I controlled that brutal sword spirit and caused my divine sense to completely shatter in your mind. I want to reform my scattered soul. If I can reform it, then I can accompany you for a while. If I can't, then I'll leave you forever, Dong Fang Minmi said weakly. So when I'm not here, you can only rely on yourself. Master, you'll definitely come back. I believe it, Yang Dingtian said loudly in his mind. Also, no matter where I go, I'll find a way to revive you in another way. And Marshal Uncle Shimin, I must find a way to bring him back to life. This is my mission, my greatest mission in this world. Silly child, you're still so stubborn, Dong Fang Minmi said. Today, at the most dangerous moment, even if your soul was destroyed by the sword spirit, you didn't want to use the evil soul art. You didn't want to compromise like Dugu Xiao, that great devil. I'm very proud, I'm very gratified, Yang Dingtian said. But if I knew beforehand that the price would be leaving me, then I might have already regretted it. Don't regret it, you did the right thing, Dong Fang Minmi said. I'm going to leave immediately. When I wake up, I don't know if I can wake up. But in the end, I have 2 words to tell you. Listen carefully. Yes, master, I'll definitely do it, Yang Dingtian said. First, from today onwards, from now on, from this moment onwards, don't use the Night Owl huge sword. I know it's very powerful, very sharp, and once you successfully use the sword spirit inside, you can even kill experts 20 levels higher than you. But promise me, from today onwards, don't use this sword again. Otherwise, you won't be able to cultivate a real sword spirit for your entire life. your cultivation will also stop here. A real sword spirit should be 1,000 or 10,000 times stronger than this. Sell this sword, throw it into the lava, in short, don't use it again. Don't even touch it, even if you don't have a sword to use because of this. Dong Fang Minmi said solemnly. Yes, master, from now onwards I won't use this sword spirit again. I won't touch it again. Yang Dingtian said. Swear. Dong Fang Minmi said. I swear, I won't use the sword spirit inside this sword again. Yang Dingtian said. That's right. If you use it again, it will really destroy your perfect sword spirit cultivation path. After this matter, immediately go to the southwest continent to find the fire immunity chilling pearl, then go to the fire cloud devil cave to find the highest quality earth fire to refine your fledgling sword. Start refining the soul sword that truly belongs to you. This is the most important thing for you. Dong Fang Minmi said. His voice was getting softer and softer, weaker and weaker. Yes, master, after this matter, I'll immediately go to the southwest continent to find the fire immunity chilling pearl. Yang Dingtian said. You should quickly rest and quickly condense the broken soul. Then goodbye, child. When I'm not here, you'll have to rely on yourself. As for Qin Xiaobai. Dong Fang Minmi's voice got softer and softer until it was completely inaudible. It completely disappeared in Yang Dingtian's mind. He didn't even finish his words about Qin Xiaobai. Yang Dingtian's heart was filled with reluctance and sorrow, but he firmly believed that his master would definitely come back. His master's voice would definitely resound in his mind again. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's rage and fury gradually calmed down because of Dong Fang Minmi's words. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Yang Dingtian, waiting to see if he would cut down the sword. He was the victor of the trial by duel, so he had the right to cut off the head of the loser. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian said, Madam Qin, I cannot cut down this sword. I can even return Qin Xiaobai to you, but you have to promise me one thing. Say it, say it. No matter what it is, I'll agree. Yang Shishir said, even if you want me to jump down from here. Instantly, everyone looked at Yang Dingtian, not knowing what he was going to say. Yang Yan and the others were filled with wariness and hostility. Yang Dingtian, my condition is very simple. Return Shimin Yanyan's and Madame Shimin's innocence. At this moment, Yan Yan had just woken up. When he heard Yang Dingtian's words, tears welled up in his eyes, and he felt as if the softest part of his heart had been struck. Let me ask you, did Shimin Yanyan kill Tang Xian? Yang Dingtian asked. No, Tang Xian wasn't killed by Yanyan, Yang Shishir replied. Yang Dingtian. Then, who killed Tang Xian? Yes, yes. A trace of determination flashed through Yang Shishir's beautiful eyes. I killed Yang Shishir. She saw something she shouldn't have seen, so after I killed her, I framed Shimin Yanyan. Instantly, everyone was in an uproar. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Tang Xian was clearly killed by Qin Xiaobai, but Yang Shishir said she killed her. Was this love as deep as the sea? Then Yang Dingtian. Then who spread the rumors about Madame Shimin? Yang Shishir. It was also me. In order to destroy your morale and let Xiaobai become the lord of Cloud Sky City, I tried my best to smear your innocence. Instantly, everyone let out a cry of surprise and looked at Yang Shishir in disbelief. Yan Yan and the others' faces were ashen, and they were so angry that their bodies were trembling. No matter what, they never thought that it would end like this. All of them thought that there was only one result, which was that Qin Xiaobai killed Yang Dingtian instantly. Madame Shimin would be burdened with a lifetime of scandals, and Shimin Lai and the others would be expelled from Cloud Sky City. The Yang family used Qin Xiaobai to completely control Cloud Sky City. They guessed the first half of it right, but they didn't expect the situation to change so drastically. Not only did Yang Dingtian not die, but he suddenly displayed his invincible might and directly killed Qin Xiaobai. And in order to save Qin Xiaobai's life, Yang Shishir actually admitted to all the crimes. This way, Qin Xiaobai's reputation would be completely notorious. And Yang Dingtian and Madame Shimin would also be restored to their innocence. Yan Yan would also be completely innocent. This ending was even better than the best situation that Yang Dingtian had imagined. Yang Dingtian turned around and shouted at the high platform. Great Elder Yan Yan, you should have heard it. Tang Xian was not killed by Shimin Yan Yan. Shimin Yan Yan is not guilty. Let her go. Yan Yan's expression suddenly changed, and the muscles on his face trembled. With a wave of his hand, Shimin Yan unwillingly put down the blade from Yan Yan's neck. Shimin Ju stepped forward and lightly waved his hand, taking away the red crystal and releasing Yan Yan's mystic qi restriction. After Yan Yan recovered her mystic qi, she directly jumped down from the city wall. After landing, she quickly rushed towards Yang Dingtian. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, she rushed into Yang Dingtian's embrace like a ball of flame. Hubby, these past few days I've been thinking about you all the time. I've been thinking about your voice, your embrace, and your bad hands, Yan Yan said softly while crying. Yang Dingtian hugged Yan Yan tightly, greedily smelling her scent. Stop smelling it. These past few days, I've only bathed once, Yan Yan said tenderly. I like this smell. Yang Dingtian smiled, then patted her back and said, Go back to Big Brother Shimin Lai first. Mother-in-law's situation isn't too good, and Sister Ningning seems to be unconscious. Go take care of them. All right. Yan Yan said softly and reluctantly left Yang Dingtian's embrace. Her beautiful eyes blossomed with boundless tenderness as she said, Hubby, tonight I'll tell you everything that happened 5 years ago. After that, Yan Yan will completely bid farewell to the past and become a weak little woman. I'll become a little wife who will only do your laundry and cook for you. All right? All right, Yang Dingtian said softly. During the entire process, the tens of thousands of people in the plaza were silent as they watched Yang Dingtian and Shimin Yan Yan put on a loving show. Some people's eyes were filled with blessings, some were filled with envy, and some were filled with jealousy. Shimin Yan Yan, a pair of peerless geniuses, the #1 beauty in the Northwest, and the princess of Cloud Heaven City. To be able to obtain her body and mind was the dream of every man. Turning back 3 times with every step, Yan Yan left Yang Dingtian's embrace and came to Madame Shimin's side. Madame Qin, please come and carry your son away, Yang Dingtian said. Yang Shishir directly jumped down from the city wall and ran to Yang Dingtian. Her graceful and moving body bowed first as she said, then she squatted down and trembled as she carried the badly mutilated Qin Xiaobai. Xiaobai, Xiaobai. Yang Shishir directly buried her charming face into her son's blood-stained chest and cried out in pain. Even though Qin Xiaobai deserved it, Yang Dingtian still didn't know how to face this scene. He nodded at Yang Shishir and turned to walk towards the Black Blood Cavalry's formation. Long live City Lord Yang Dingtian! Long live City Lord Yang Dingtian! Suddenly, the Black Blood Cavalry brothers in the camp shouted out. At the start, it was only a few hundred people shouting, but it was quickly followed by a few thousand people shouting together. Obviously, Yang Dingtian's great victory boosted their morale. They actually shouted City Lord Yang Dingtian in advance. After the Black Blood Cavalry finished shouting, the other warriors of Cloud Sky City actually followed suit. Instantly, the entire square was filled with cheers. Qin Xiaobai created rumors to destroy Yang Dingtian's reputation. Many of the Cloud Sky City disciples didn't believe it. They firmly believed that Yang Dingtian relied on his own talent to increase his cultivation by leaps and bounds. They were incomparably looking forward to Yang Dingtian once again displaying his invincible prowess and slapping the rumormonger in the face. Now Yang Dingtian did it. Not only did he once again prove his talent and strength, he also slapped Yan Yan and the others hard in the face. He completely destroyed the Northwest Qin families and Yan Yan's conspiracy to overthrow Cloud Sky City. Yang Dingtian didn't disappoint his supporters and didn't betray their trust. When Yan Yan and the others saw this scene from the top of the city wall, their expressions changed drastically. For this duel, he had gathered almost all the Cloud Sky City disciples and all the important figures of Cloud Sky City's forces. It was to let everyone see Qin Xiaobai display his invincible prowess. It was to let everyone see Yang Dingtian's defeat and death. It was to let those who supported Yang Dingtian lose all hope and give up hope. However, they never thought that this move would once again benefit Yang Dingtian. Of course, they never thought that Qin Xiaobai would lose this duel. No matter how they looked at it, Qin Xiaobai wouldn't lose. Yang Dingtian would definitely die. Who knew that Qin Xiaobai would lose? Next, they would have to face the thunderous wrath of the Northwest Qin family's lord. The Northwest Qin family's third young master, the genius of the Northwest continent, had actually been destroyed in Cloud Sky City by Yang Dingtian's hands. This meant that he was indirectly destroyed by Yang Yan and the others. Yang Yan had the intention to stop all of this, but he couldn't do anything at this moment. He couldn't possibly turn hostile in front of everyone and kill Yang Dingtian in anger, right? Suddenly, Yang Yan couldn't help but look at Shimin-ju. This was an instinct because Shimin-ju was the most scheming person in Cloud Sky City. Shimin-ju looked at the cheering crowd. Over 10,000 people were shouting "Long live Yang Dingtian," and his face instantly turned gloomy. Under everyone's gazes, Yang Dingtian walked back to the Black Blood Cavalry's camp step by step. Shimin-ju's eyes flashed as he looked at Yang Dingtian's back view and coldly shouted, "Wait! Note." Chapter 122. Yang Dingtian was startled and stood still. With his back facing Shimin-ju, he said coldly, "Why? Is Steward Shimin going back on his words and denying the trial by duel?" "Of course not," Shimin-ju said coldly. "A loss is a loss, and a win is a win. The trial by duel is sacred, and no one has the right to destroy it. Therefore, when you wanted to kill Qin Xiaobai earlier, none of us stopped you." Yang Dingtian asked. "Then why did you call me?" Shimin-ju looked at Yang Shishir and said loudly, "Yang Shishir is suspected of murder. Arrest her immediately and choose a date for the trial." When he said this, everyone's expression changed, including Great Elder Yang Yan. Yang Shishir was his daughter. Shimin-ju looked at Yang Yan with a determined gaze and didn't say anything. Based on his trust in Shimin-ju, Great Elder Yang Yan nodded. Immediately, four judgment warriors jumped down from the city wall and went forward to capture Yang Shishir. Meanwhile, Yang Shishir was immersed in grief. After being captured, she was only slightly startled. She then continued to hug Qin Xiaobai in pain, allowing the four of them to take her and Qin Xiaobai away. Everyone immediately revealed looks of admiration. Yang Yan and Shimin-ju were truly selfless. "Yang Dingtian, you can't leave like this. At least, you have to wait for Great Elder Yang Yan to announce the result," Shimin-ju said. He then said to Yang Yan, "Great Elder, please announce the result." Yang Yan's expression changed. He couldn't help but suspect what Shimin-ju meant. Could it be that he saw that the situation wasn't good and decided to switch sides in front of everyone? However, under everyone's gaze, the situation was pressing. He didn't have any leeway to turn around. Yang Yan took a deep breath and said loudly, "I announce that in this trial by duel, Yang Dingtian is the winner. Shimin Yan is not guilty." Instantly, the plaza erupted into cheers. Yang Yan and the others' expressions became even more unsightly. Shimin-ju said, "Yang Dingtian, do you think it's fair to deal with it like this?" "Sure." Yang Dingtian frowned. However, he instinctively felt that this matter wouldn't end so easily. "It's good that it's fair," Shimin-ju said coldly. "The trial by duel is sacred. No one can taint it. We have to be fair to you, but at the same time, we have to be fair to the other party. Next, I'll ask you a few questions. Please answer truthfully." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place fell silent. Everyone could see that things were not over yet. Next, there would be another great wave. Yang Dingtian turned to Shimin-ju and said, "Please speak. I will only answer what I can. Let me ask you, what stage is your profound qi cultivation at now?" Shimin-ju asked coldly. Yang Dingtian's heart went cold. This Shimin-ju's eyes were indeed sinister. He found the most crucial point in an instant. 3-star Xian warrior," Yang Dingtian said. Li Tianxiao was outstanding and handsome, while the Qin clan's third young master had astonishing talent and martial arts. Both of them had deep feelings for her, which made Miss Yang Tingting unable to make a choice. Therefore, Miss Yang Tingting decided to travel thousands of miles with the two of them and venture to the far west to cultivate. She hoped that she could make the right choice during the journey. However, half a year later, only Li Tianxiao and the Qin clan's third young master returned. They also brought back Yang Tingting's corpse, which had been humiliated and in a terrible state. Even though almost everyone present had heard of this story before, when they heard it again, they couldn't help but gasp. A beauty that was as beautiful as a fairy, had a noble status, and was pure as ice and jade. She had two infatuated and outstanding men who were crazy for her. She was supposed to be the happiest woman, but unexpectedly, she had such a tragic ending. Back then, Li Tianxiao and Qin Yi's third young master both accused each other of torturing and killing Miss Yang Tingting, but they couldn't produce any evidence. Back then, Wooden Sword Castle, Cloud Heaven City, and the Northwest Qin clan investigated for 3 months, but there were still no results. Therefore, both parties agreed to a trial by duel. Whoever lost would die and whoever lost would be guilty. Of course, this trial by duel required the agreement of the 3 parties: Wooden Sword Castle's young master Li Tianxiao, Qin clan's third young master, and Cloud Heaven City's agreement. As everyone knows, Wooden Sword Castle's young master Li Tianxiao was outstanding and talented. However, he was far from the Qin clan's third young master in terms of martial arts. Back then, Li Tianxiao was only a 4-star great mystic martial master, while Qin Yi was a 5-star martial mystic expert. The two of them were 11 levels apart, and they were fighting across levels. After Shiminju finished speaking, he looked at Yang Dingtian and smiled. What a coincidence! They were 11 levels apart as well, and they were also fighting across levels. Shiminju's words were full of ulterior motives, but Yang Dingtian didn't care. Shiminju continued. Everyone thought that Wooden Sword Castle's Li Tianxiao wouldn't agree to this trial by duel, but unexpectedly he agreed. It was also on the trial day of every month, and the sun was also in the sky. The trial by duel between the two of them was held in Cloud Heaven City. That's right, what a coincidence. It was also at the place where Yang Dingtian and Qin Xiaobai had their duel. What's even more coincidental was that the duel also happened on the 23rd day of the 10th month. The time and location were exactly the same. It was just that it was 200 years ago at this time and 200 years ago at this place. These words had even more ulterior motives. Similarly, it was an extremely shocking and unexpected result. At this moment, Yang Dingtian wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. He wanted to curse, but he couldn't make a sound. Even at the last moment, even if he was going to die under Qin Xiaobai's sword, even if his soul was going to be destroyed by the Berserk Sword's soul, he didn't use the evil soul art. Instead, he chose an extremely dangerous path with disastrous consequences. This path was successful. He defeated Qin Xiaobai, but his master Dongfang Minmi's soul suffered devastating damage. He had no choice but to leave Yang Dingtian and might never return. Furthermore, it might have a huge impact on his perfect sword soul in the future. Such a painful price was because Yang Dingtian wasn't willing to use the evil soul art. But now, Shiminju wanted to frame the crime of cheating and colluding with evil ways on Yang Dingtian. How could Yang Dingtian not be angry and laugh? Haha. Yang Dingtian laughed and said, Steward Shimin, how do you plan to investigate? Shiminju said, It's very simple. Please tell me. You are 11 levels lower than Qin Xiaobai. You were defeated at the beginning. How did you manage to make a comeback and turn defeat into victory? Yang Dingtian instantly became silent. Shiminju smiled and said, Of course. Is there anything inconvenient to say? Yang Dingtian said, There's nothing that can't be told. The reason why I was able to turn defeat into victory was because of the sword soul. I used the sword soul to fight. Once these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked again. They let out sounds of disbelief. Of course, most of them were still shocked by Yang Dingtian. Therefore, they didn't turn it into doubts for now. But this was too crazy. It was enough to overturn everyone's understanding. There were only 3 people in the world who had cultivated the sword soul. Dongfang Minmi, Shimin Wuya, and the last one was a peerless expert who had secluded himself from the world. He was the true number 1 expert in the world, the hidden sex patriarch. These 3 people were all Grandmaster level experts. Yang Dingtian was only a 3-star mystic martial warrior. Moreover, Qin Xiaobai was defeated too quickly. No one saw it clearly before Qin Xiaobai was sent flying while vomiting blood. They didn't know how Yang Dingtian defeated him. Shimin Ju didn't have any ridicule on his face. Instead, he said seriously, "That's really inconceivable. If I didn't remember wrongly, there are only 3 people in the world who can use the sword soul to fight. The 3 of them are all Grandmaster level experts. Of course, I don't have any intention of looking down on you. But you are only a 3-star mystic martial warrior. It's too hard to believe that you can use the sword soul to fight." Grand Elder Yang Yen sneered and said, "Yang Dingtian, the evil soul and the sword soul are only 1 word apart. Don't get it wrong. The evil soul is an evil thing of evil ways. The sword soul is the righteous path of martial arts. It's the symbol of a peerless expert. It's too early for you to wear this symbol now." Once these words were said, the tens of thousands of people present revealed a doubtful expression. Shimin Ju easily destroyed the worship that everyone had for Yang Dingtian. After all, Yang Dingtian used the sword soul to fight. This was too inconceivable. It was completely impossible. In everyone's heart, the sword soul was the pinnacle of martial arts. With Yang Dingtian's cultivation, he was indeed not qualified at this age. "Yang Dingtian, don't you have any explanation for this? After all, at your age and level, it's too inconceivable for you to be able to control the sword soul to fight." Shimin Ju said sincerely. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, "I don't have any explanation. You told me how I defeated Qin Xiaobai. I already told you that I used the sword soul. As for how I used it, I don't have the obligation to explain. Because this sword was given by Horror Mountain Village, once Yang Dingtian revealed its origin, it would bring a calamity to Zhao Mu." Shimin Ju frowned and sighed. "All right, it's fine if you don't say it. You said that you used the sword soul to defeat Qin Xiaobai. Even though it's very unbelievable, I will take it as believing you. Then, you have to prove to everyone that you used the sword soul and not the evil soul art." Yang Dingtian's facial muscles twitched slightly. "How do I prove it?" "Very simple," Shimin Ju said. "Demonstrate it one more time. Use the sword soul to launch an attack on me. If you really use the sword soul, then you, Yang Dingtian, have created 1,000 years of history. Then, I will apologize to you in front of everyone and support you to become the successor of Cloud Heaven City Lord. How about it?" Yang Dingtian didn't reply. Shimin Ju's expression turned cold as he continued, "If you can't use the sword soul to attack me, then I'm very sorry. We can only suspect that you used the evil soul art. We can only suspect that you are an infiltrator of evil ways. According to the orders of the Taekwondo League, we will punish those who cheat and those who infiltrate evil ways. We will kill them on the spot and dismember them into pieces. Note, brothers, I beg for monthly votes." Yang Dingtian. Shimin Ju's voice turned completely ice-cold as he said, "This won't do, that won't do. Are you forcing us to use our last resort?" "What kind of resort?" Yang Dingtian asked coldly. Shimin Ju said coldly, "Good and evil cannot coexist. Cheating in the trial by duel is a small matter, but for the sake of Cloud Heaven City's hundreds of years of foundation. If you don't agree to these 2 conditions, then I can only use force to make you stay." Immediately after, Shimin Ju floated from the city wall to Yang Dingtian. He slowly raised his hand from his sleeve and said coldly, "I will give you one last time to consider. Either you demonstrate how to control the sword soul to fight, or you agree to the body search." Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. For the sake of Cloud Heaven City's foundation, for the sake of the tens of thousands of lives here, I have no choice but to be merciless. After finishing, Shimin-ju began to count down coldly. 5, 4, 3. Yang Dingtian suddenly said coldly. You don't have to count down anymore. If you want to make a move, then do it. After finishing his sentence, Yang Dingtian slowly raised the night owl great sword with both hands. Even though he was already riddled with scars and his mystic meridians were like a river after the ebbing tide, already damaged and powerless, Yang Dingtian still didn't dare to make a move. Shimin-ju stretched out his hand from his sleeve and said, You force me to do this. After finishing his sentence, Shimin-ju was about to send out a palm strike. Wait! Suddenly, Shimin-lai shouted and slowly walked out from the crowd. Second brother, now is not the time for you and Yang Dingtian to make a move. The battle between the two of you should be held 1 year and 5 months later. If you want to fight, then fight with me today. After all, you have been waiting for this day for a long time. Not only you, but everyone in Cloud Heaven City wants to know who is foster father's strongest foster son. After finishing his sentence, Shimin-lai walked to Yang Dingtian's side and drew out his enormous sword. Shimin-ju coldly said, Boss, now is not the time to be emotional. If you and I want to compete, there will be plenty of opportunities. Furthermore, everyone knows that you are foster father's #1 foster son. Now is the time to prove Yang Dingtian's innocence, and even decide the life and death of Cloud Heaven City in the future. Don't be reckless. Don't be an alarmist. Shimin-lai coldly said, I believe in Yang Dingtian's innocence, so if you want to keep Yang Dingtian here today, you want to defeat me. Shimin-lai coldly said, Then what if Yang Dingtian is a spy from the evil ways? Who will bear this huge responsibility? I will bear it. Shimin-lai roared. What will you use to bear it? Shimin-ju asked. I will use my life. If Yang Dingtian is using the evil soul art, if Yang Dingtian is a spy from the evil ways, I will commit suicide. Shimin-lai roared. You don't have the qualifications. Your life isn't worth that much. Shimin-ju coldly said. This involves thousands of lives. This involves Cloud Heaven City's hundreds of years of foundation. Your life alone won't be enough to pay for it. Shimin-lai sighed and said, Second brother, I can't beat you when it comes to scheming. I can't beat you when it comes to talking. However, I know what you are thinking. Don't you want to kill Yang Dingtian and become Cloud Heaven City's lord? I like to speak with my sword. I still say the same thing. If you want to keep Yang Dingtian, you will have to step over my dead body. Boss, think carefully. You are making the entire Cloud Heaven City your enemy. You are making the entire Tiando League your enemy. Do you want to commit suicide in Cloud Heaven City? Shimin-ju said. Then, he turned to Yang Yen and said, Great Elder, you are now the highest leader of Cloud Heaven City. Please say something. Yang Yen slowly said, Shimin-lai, as the Grand Elder of Cloud Heaven City, I'm warning you. If you forcefully obstruct Shimin-ju's investigation, you will be harming the highest interest of Cloud Heaven City. I will expel you from the Elder Guild and from Cloud Heaven City. You want to make a move? Sure, but once you make a move, you will no longer be a citizen of Cloud Heaven City. You will never be able to step into Cloud Heaven City again. Think carefully. Shimin-lai sneered and said, Great Elder, you alone don't have the authority to expel me. Even if I can't, the Elder Council can. Yang Yen sneered and said, Now, the Elder Council will vote. If Shimin-ju makes a move to stop Shimin-ju's investigation of the evil ways spy, then immediately expel Shimin-lai from Cloud Heaven City. Those who agree, I agree. I agree. Tang Buizhao said. I agree. Shimin-ju said. I agree. Elder Yen Bieli said. I agree. Elder Mu Huali said. I abstain. Shimin Nu from the Abyss Castle said angrily. This was the first time Yang Dingtian saw him. He was wearing a majestic white armor, handsome and arrogant. I disagree. The weak Madam Shimin said. Cloud Heaven City had a total of 9 elders. At this moment, 7 elders were voting. Elder Mu Yi was in the Hidden Art Pavilion and didn't care about any trivial matters in Cloud Heaven City. Because Shimin Ju was involved, he didn't have the authority to vote. And Shimin Ningning was only an honorary Elder Council member, so she didn't have the authority to vote. 5 people agree, 1 disagrees, and 1 abstains. This decision is passed. Yan Yen said coldly. So, Shimin Lai, think carefully. If you stop Shimin Ju from investigating the Evil Ways spy, you will be expelled from Cloud Heaven City. Haha. Shimin Lai laughed heartily and said, I don't want to stay in such a Cloud Heaven City. Then Shimin Lai said to Yang Dingtian, Yang Dingtian, whether or not I can return to Cloud Heaven City in the future will depend on you. You must win the great battle 1.5 years later, because once you are expelled from Cloud Heaven City by the Elder Council, only the Cloud Heaven City Lord has the authority to summon you back. After saying that, Shimin Lai waved his giant sword and said to Shimin Ju, Make your move, second brother. Shimin Lai, your opponent is me. Yan Yen suddenly sneered and floated down the city wall. He slowly raised his cane and said to Shimin Ju, Shimin Ju, finish this battle quickly and eliminate Yang Dingtian, this possible traitor of evil ways. Leave Shimin Lai to me. Yes. Shimin Ju said to Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian, you are courting death today. Don't blame me for being merciless. You make your move first. Shimin Ju, your opponent is me. Suddenly, Madame Shimin leaped up from her seat and floated towards Yang Dingtian like a fairy. Madame Shimin floated to Yang Dingtian's side and pulled out her sharp sword. She said to Shimin Ju, Shimin Ju, you ungrateful bastard. Make your move. Madame Shimin, your opponent is me. Tang Buizhao laughed and floated down from the city wall. Instantly, Shimin Ju faced off against Yang Dingtian again. It was obvious that they could see the threat of Yang Dingtian, so they had to eliminate Yang Dingtian before he sprouted. On Yang Dingtian's side, there were no more experts left. Shimin Ju's face instantly revealed a cruel smile. Shimin Ju, your opponent is still me. Yan Yan leaped up and landed beside Yang Dingtian. She pulled out her sharp sword and gently said to Yang Dingtian, Husband, let us fight side by side. Shimin Lai knew that even if Yang Dingtian and Shimin Yan Yan worked together, they would still be far from being Shimin Ju's opponent. Although he kept saying that he wanted to have a showdown with Shimin Ju, he knew that Shimin Ju was stronger than him. Instantly, Shimin Lai shouted towards the crowd. Shimin Nu, are you going to watch with folded arms? Shimin Nu was an expert in Cloud Heaven City that was second only to Shimin Ju and Shimin Lai. He was also Shimin Wuya's most outstanding foster son. Hearing Shimin Lai's shout, Shimin Nu didn't respond. Shimin Lai angrily said, Shimin Nu, foster father's kindness to us is as heavy as a mountain. Are you going to watch this group of bastards bully foster father's wife and daughter? After a moment of silence, Shimin Nu slowly said, Boss, I forfeit. Good, very good. Foster father has truly raised a group of heartless and unscrupulous people. Shimin Lai was so angry that he laughed instead. He shouted towards Yang Yan. Shameless old man, come. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of foster father. Today, everyone will fight to the death. Yang Dingtian, get ready. Today, everyone will die here together. Shimin Lai and Yang Yan were fighting. Madame Shimin was fighting against Tang Buizhao. Yang Dingtian and Yan Yan were fighting against Shimin Ju. A great battle was about to erupt. Shimin Lai let out a wild roar. The huge sword in his hand suddenly emitted a blazing red light and fiercely roared towards Yang Yan. Traitor, you are courting death! Yang Yan said coldly as he waved the scepter in his hand. Boom! A ball of ferocious flaming monsters suddenly rushed out from the scepter and blasted towards Shimin Lai. Madame Shimin looked at Tang Buizhao and sneered. Despicable toad! Even if I die today, I will make you lose half your life. After saying that, Madame Shimin waved her sharp sword and stabbed towards Tang Buizhao like a gorgeous meteor. A fallen phoenix is inferior to a chicken. I have been waiting for this day for many years. Tang Guizhao sneered. His eyes flashed with greed as he looked at Madame Shimin. He flipped the sword in his hand and fiercely thrust it towards Madame Shimin's chest. Yang Ditian slowly pointed the night owl greatsword at Shimin Ju and sneered. Steward Shimin, you have advanced step by step and finally created this situation. You should be very satisfied, right? I am doing this for Cloud Heaven City's 100 years of foundation. I have a clear conscience. Shimin Ju raised his hand and said, I won't use any weapons to fight you and your wife. I have not let foster father down. After saying that, Shimin Ju suddenly struck out with his palm. Yang Dingtian rushed forward and raised his sword to block, shielding Shimin Yanyan behind him. He aimed at Shimin Ju's energy, and used all the mystic qi in his body to strike out with his sword. Bang! An incomparably soft and gentle energy attacked Yang Dingtian's entire body like a torrential river. Pff! Yang Dingtian violently vomited a mouthful of blood as his body flew dozens of meters away. Husband! Shimin Yanyan cried out miserably. Bang! Yang Dingtian fiercely crashed onto the hard ground and shattered rocks flew everywhere. He instantly felt an incomparably powerful and ruthless energy crazily tearing apart his mystic veins. In an instant, the mystic veins on his right hand were completely destroyed. Qin Xiaobai was already very powerful, but compared to Shimin Ju, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Shimin Ju was truly very powerful, so powerful that Yang Dingtian couldn't even sense what level he was at. Yang Dingtian, you are so weak that you can't even withstand a single blow. Shimin Ju indifferently said. So why don't you use the evil soul art? That way, you will still have a chance of survival. I will definitely not be merciful. For Cloud Heaven City's foundation, I will be very ruthless. Yan Yan ran to Yang Dingtian's side and helped him up. She sobbed and asked, How do you feel? I'm all right. Yang Dingtian used all his strength to sit up with Yan Yan's help. He looked at Shimin Ju and asked, Why? Why are you doing this? What do you want to achieve? Give me the real answer. Don't tell me those pompous words again. Shimin Ju thought for a moment and sneered. For Cloud Heaven City's 100 years of foundation, I can do anything. It was still the same pompous reply. Then Shimin Ju said to Yang Dingtian, Stand up. You are a hero. You can die standing. Yang Dingtian supported himself with the night owl's sword and slowly stood up. He sneered at Shimin Ju and said, Come again. Then Yang Dingtian used his left hand to hold the sword and pointed it at Shimin Ju. No! Yan Yan cried as she stood in front of Yang Dingtian and blocked him. She said to Shimin Ju, If you want to kill my husband, you have to kill me first. Yan Yan, back off. This is my battle. Yang Dingtian said. No. Yan Yan said. Yang Dingtian suddenly pushed Yan Yan away. He brandished the night owl's sword and rushed towards Shimin Ju. The night owl's sword in his hand whistled with a brilliant light as it ferociously struck out. Shimin Ju gently swung his palm, and a light palm imprint was directly imprinted on Yang Dingtian's chest. Pff! Yang Dingtian violently vomited blood. He was once again sent flying dozens of meters away like a straw before crashing heavily on the ground. Yan Yan wielded her sword and rushed towards Shimin Ju. She angrily said, Shimin Ju, you bastard. I will fight it out with you. Looking at Yan Yan, who was rushing towards him, a complicated expression flashed across Shimin Ju's eyes. He looked on as Yan Yan's sword pierced towards his chest. His eyes turned cold as he swung his sleeve. Pff! Yan Yan's delicate body was sent flying dozens of meters away like a kite. She vomited a mouthful of blood in the air. Yan Yan. When Madame Shimin was fighting with Tang Guizhao, half of her attention was on Yang Dingtian and Yan Yan's side. Now that she saw her own daughter vomiting blood from Shimin Ju's palm strike, she instantly let out a miserable cry. Her attention was distracted, and her moves instantly became sluggish. Tang Guizhao saw an opportunity and immediately sneered. Yang Peipei, the humiliation you gave me 20 years ago, I will return it to you today. After speaking, Tang Buizhao's sharp sword pierced towards Madame Shimen's chest. Madame! Shimen Lai shouted and rushed over. He wanted to save Madame Shimen. He completely ignored Great Elder Yang Yan, who was chasing after him, and pierced the huge sword in his hand towards Yang Buizhao. Bang! Just as Tang Buizhao's sword pierced towards Madame Shimen's chest, it was directly struck by Shimen Lai's huge sword. Pff. Madame Shimen's chest was pierced by Tang Buizhao's sword. Blood spurted out, and her delicate body flew dozens of meters away. And when Tang Buizhao's sharp sword was struck by Shimen Lai's huge sword, an incomparably large amount of energy fiercely attacked his body. Instantly, he retreated dozens of steps and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, in order to save Madame Shimen, Shimen Lai completely disregarded the fact that he still had a powerful opponent. His back was instantly exposed. Yang Yan saw an opportunity and a sinister smile appeared on his face. He circulated all of his profound qi and an incomparably ferocious fire dragon flew towards Shimen Lai's back. In order to save Madame Shimen, Shimen Lai couldn't dodge in time and his back was struck. Boom! With a loud sound, Shimen Lai's sturdy body was blasted dozens of meters away. His back was charred black and blood spurted out violently. It was a ghastly sight. Yang Dingtian's eye sockets were about to split open. In his grief and anger, he spat out another mouthful of blood. At the same time, Shimen Ju walked over coldly. He raised his palm and aimed it at Shimen Ju's head and was about to strike down. Kill, kill! Yang Dingtian suddenly let out a furious roar. Then, he condensed all of his mental energy, and entered the Night Owl huge sword to sense that berserk sword soul. Master, I'm sorry. I went against your words. I went against my oath. I'm sorry. That berserk sword soul was like a vast ocean that constantly surged with monstrous waves. Meanwhile, Yang Dingtian's mental energy was like a small boat. As long as he entered, there was a high chance that he would be smashed into smithereens. Yang Dingtian's small boat suddenly charged into the vast ocean of berserk sword soul. Without his master, Dongfang Minmi, he forcefully controlled this berserk sword soul by himself. Boom! Instantly, his mind exploded and everything turned blank. It was as if a nuclear bomb had exploded. Instantly, the Night Owl huge sword in Yang Dingtian's hand and his body suddenly burst out with an incomparably bright and dazzling radiance. The Night Owl huge sword seemed to have come alive and fused with Yang Dingtian, transforming into an incomparably ferocious sword light that pierced towards Yang Dingtian. As for Shimen Ju's palm, it carried an incomparably powerful energy as it slammed down towards Yang Dingtian's head. Boom! With a loud sound, the two powerful energies ruthlessly clashed together. No! Yan, Madame Shimen, and Shimen Lai let out a series of mournful cries at the same time. Over 10,000 people present were shocked. They were astonished as if they had seen a miracle. It really was the sword soul. Yang Dingtian didn't lie. He really released the sword soul. A shocking strike, dazzling radiance. Half a minute later, the radiance gradually faded away. Only then did everyone see Yang Dingtian and Shimen Ju in the center of the plaza. Shimen Ju's legs were planted on the ground as he retreated over 10 steps. A mouthful of blood violently spurted out, and his eyes were filled with shock. Meanwhile, Yang Dingtian's legs were completely planted on the hard ground. His entire body was naked and bathed in blood. His eyes were tightly shut. His huge sword was domineering, and his killing intent soared to the sky. The entire plaza was silent. Everyone's gaze fell on Yang Dingtian, who was like a statue of the god of war. However, it was unknown whether Yang Dingtian was dead or alive at this moment. Yan Yan put away the shock on his face and roared, "Dispatch the army, kill the rebels!" Suddenly, countless warriors rushed out from the ground of the plaza. They waved their swords and charged towards the Black Blood Cavalry. This wasn't the army of Cloud Sky City, but the army of the Northwest Qin family. An army of thousands surrounded and annihilated the Black Blood Cavalry. In for a penny, in for a pound. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, they might as well start a massacre. As for the people who came to watch the battle, they quickly retreated and watched from the sidelines. As for the thousands of Cloud Sky City disciples, they were at a loss and didn't know which side to help. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian and the Black Blood Cavalry were in imminent danger. At this critical moment, Shimin Ningning, who had fainted on the ground, suddenly opened her eyes. Her originally beautiful eyes instantly turned green. The originally kind and gentle Shimin Ningning instantly became incomparably enchanting, incomparably mysterious, and incomparably terrifying. Her graceful body was suddenly surrounded by a green light. I can't hide anymore. However, no matter how serious the consequences are, I will accept it. All of you go and die. Whoever wants to hurt my loved ones, go and die. Shimin Ningning, who was surrounded by a green light, suddenly flew into the sky. She aimed her palms at the Qin family army and struck out. Suddenly, a huge ball of green light shot out and hit the Qin family army. In an instant, dozens of people died silently. All of you, go and die! Swoosh, 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 swoosh! Ningning's body exploded with a terrifying green light and shot towards the Qin family army. The terrifying deep-sea Xian poison instantly took away hundreds of lives. However, there were too many Qin family soldiers. Like a tide, they surged forward and instantly drowned the Black Blood Cavalry that had less than 1,000 people. Moreover, this group of Qin family soldiers' eyes were blood-red and emitted an abnormal light as if they weren't afraid of death. Although the Black Blood Cavalry brothers weren't afraid of death, their numbers were still decreasing rapidly. Soon, they would be completely wiped out. At this moment, Yang Dingtian suddenly opened his eyes. It was a pair of bloodthirsty eyes that didn't look like a human's eyes at all. His whole body was covered with a murderous aura like that of a demon beast. Looking at the Qin family army that was surging towards him. Endless murderous aura, the brutal sword spirit covered his whole body. Endless blood burst out from his body. The brutal and powerful sword spirit was forcefully torn out from his body. Kill, kill, kill! Yang Dingtian, who didn't look like a human, suddenly flew into the sky and waved the huge sword in his hand. The brutal sword spirit fiercely attacked the Qin family army that was surrounding him. Balls of red light turned into brutal beasts and fiercely shot towards the Qin family army. Bang, bang, bang! In an instant, the black mass of the Qin family army, one by one, turned into dust. They were completely crushed. Yang Dingtian, who was surrounded by the brutal sword spirit, was like a god of death, crazily harvesting the lives of the Qin family army. On Yang Yan's side, the expression on his face changed dramatically. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Looking at Yang Dingtian, who was like a god of death, from the depths of his heart he felt a burst of tremors. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was still crazily slaughtering the Qin family army. With one slash, he harvested dozens of lives, hundreds of lives. However, blood spurted out from all over his body. His whole body swelled up blood-red. In an instant, he was going to completely explode, shatter, and turn into ashes. Yang Dingtian controlled the brutal sword spirit, using the weak to control the strong. In an instant, his soul was going to completely scatter, and turn into ashes. Godmother, knock little Tian out, quick, quick! Shimin Ningning exclaimed. Mrs. Shimin didn't care about Yang Yan and the others who were rushing towards her. She directly rushed to the back of Yang Dingtian's head and lightly hit him with her palm. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian, who was about to completely explode, was directly knocked out, avoiding the fate of being completely crushed. At this moment, the skin all over his body cracked inch by inch, and there were wounds all over his body. It was a shocking sight. Kill Yang Dingtian! Yang Yan roared. Yang Yan, Shimin Zhu, Tang Guizhao, and the others crazily rushed over, wanting to break through the defense of Mrs. Shimin and the others and completely kill Yang Dingtian. PFFF. Suddenly Yang Yan's huge palm hit Mrs. Shimin's back. PFFF. Mrs. Shimin spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, Yang Yan, Shimin Zhu, and the others instantly surrounded Yang Dingtian, wanting to completely kill him. Shiminju's speed was the fastest, and he instantly rushed in front of Yang Dingtian. Don't even think about harming my little Tian! At this moment, Shimin Ningning, whose eyes were about to burst, suddenly exploded with green light like a bomb. Her mystic chi, which carried the deep-sea mystic poison, suddenly exploded into a huge light circle, protecting Yang Dingtian, Mrs. Shimin, and the others. When Yang Yen and the others saw this, they frantically avoided it like snakes and scorpions. Yen Yen, godmother, retreat to Black Blood Castle. Wait for the martial arts competition next winter. Little Tian will kill his way back to Cloud Heaven City and kill all the rebels. The sun and moon alternated, and the stars moved. It was unknown how much time had passed, but it felt like countless years and countless days. Yang Dingtian felt like he was in purgatory at every moment. His entire body felt like it was being boiled in the magma of a volcano. His entire body shattered inch by inch, dissolved inch by inch, and then reconnected inch by inch. His soul, which seemed like it had scattered into the universe, started to condense bit by bit again, condensing. His shattered body and mystic meridians started to reconnect bit by bit. Finally, when the last speck of soul dust condensed, it formed a complete and bright soul, forming a complete Yang Dingtian. Ah! With a shout, Yang Dingtian suddenly broke free, as if he had broken free from purgatory, and also as if he had broken free from the claws of the Grim Reaper. Yang Dingtian opened his eyes and suddenly sat up. Instantly, he found himself naked in a huge pot. Under the pot, there was a raging fire, and inside the pot was a thick liquid. Half of it was blue, and the other half was red. The blue part was bone-chillingly cold. Even if there was a raging fire burning, the cold still seeped into the marrow. The red part was scalding hot like oil, as if it was going to refine a person into a skeleton. It turned out that everything in the dream was real. He was really being boiled in a pot. Inside the pot, there was really half ice and half fire. Yang Dingtian looked elsewhere. This was a cave. However, it wasn't a sinister and terrifying cave like the Temple of 10,000 Blood. Every corner of the cave was made of sparkling and translucent jade, which looked mysterious and beautiful. What exactly is this place? How much time has passed? What happened after I released the Sword Soul in Cloud Heaven City's plaza? Where's Yen Yen? Madam Shimin? Ning Ning? Big Brother Shimin Lai? Countless questions surged in his mind. Yang Dingtian shouted into the air. Someone! Someone! A snow-white figure walked in. It was a beautiful young lady. When she saw that Yang Dingtian had woken up, she immediately walked out. Wait, wait! Yang Dingtian asked. May I ask, where is this place? Where's my wife? Chapter 124. Wait, wait! Yang Dingtian. Excuse me, where is this place? Where's my wife? That beautiful girl turned her face, waved her hand at Yang Dingtian, then pointed at her mouth, indicating that she could not speak. You can't speak? Yang Dingtian asked. That girl nodded, then opened her small mouth. This was a beautiful small mouth. Her teeth were like white jade, but there was no tongue, it was cut off alive. Yang Dingtian's hair stood on end. Such a beautiful girl had her tongue cut off. How cruel was this? The girl smiled at Yang Dingtian, hinting for Yang Dingtian to wait for a while, then walked outside. Yang Dingtian was even more puzzled. What was this place? It was very clear that when he released the Sword Soul at the very end, the Berserk Sword Soul crazily devoured him and instantly destroyed his profound veins inch by inch, causing his soul to nearly vanish into thin air. But this place was actually able to heal him, and with such a bizarre method. And this place was so cruel, to actually cut off a beautiful girl's tongue. Maybe it was to keep it a secret. Yang Dingtian climbed up from the pot, and found that his whole body was filled with surging power. Fortunately, his profound energy did not decrease in the slightest. On the table, there was his clothes, and his night owl greatsword. After putting on his clothes, Yang Dingtian looked at this night owl greatsword with a complicated expression, but in the end, he did not touch this sword again. About half an hour later, a slender and elegant figure walked into the stone room. This was a familiar face, a top-quality handsome man, Song Yu. Yang Dingtian knew where this place was. This was the Netherworld Sea, the legendary, mysterious, and omnipotent Netherworld Sea. It's really unbelievable, you actually recovered. Song Yu looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief and said, When you were sent here, your meridians were already destroyed, and you only had a little bit of life left. I didn't expect that in less than 3 months, you would actually recover. 3 months, I was unconscious for nearly 3 months. Yang Dingtian. Who sent me here? Where is Yan Yan? Song Yu impatiently frowned. Listen to what I'm about to say. Don't ask any more questions, I won't answer. Yang Dingtian suppressed his excitement and nodded. It was Shimin Yan Yan who sent you here. Only she alone knows the way to Sea of Netherworld. I don't know what she experienced, but when she carried you to Sea of Netherworld, she was already riddled with scars and was extremely thin and weak. Then she knelt on the beach of Sea of Netherworld for 7 days and 7 nights, wanting to use Shimin Wuya's favor to exchange for your life. Song Yu said. I already said, our Sea of Netherworld once owed Shimin Wuya a huge favor. We obtained a Naga's profound vein crystal and wanted to use it to heal Shimin Yanyan's damaged profound veins to repay this favor. Speaking till here, Song Yu took a deep breath and said, But Shimin Yanyan gave up her only chance to recover her strength and instead gave this chance to you. Of course, the favor of my Sea of Netherworld is not a child's play. It's not something that you can transfer to whoever you want, so even if she knelt down and died, it's useless. Originally, you and Shimin Yanyan should have died on this beach, but afterwards things took a turn for the better. My martial uncle Jiwuyen took a fancy to her brilliant flame vein. She just happened to lack a sword attendant, so martial uncle Jiwuyen proposed a condition. If Shimin Yanyan was willing to become her sword attendant, then Sea of Netherworld could save you, Yang Dingtian. In the end, Shimin Yanyan agreed. Sword attendant, in the ordinary sense, was the person who carried the sword on a daily basis and also acted as the trusted aide and apprentice. Ning Ruhan was the daughter of the head of one of the biggest forces under Yin Yang School, so she became Dong Fang Bingling's sword attendant. Sea of Netherworld's Jiwuyan's status could be considered to be the same as Yan Yan, so it wasn't a disgrace for Shimin Wuya to become her sword attendant, but Yang Dingtian still felt distressed in his heart. Being senior Jiwuyan's sword attendant, is it possible to cure Yan Yan's profound veins? Yang Dingtian asked. Song Yu shook his head and said, The only Naga's profound vein crystal has already been used on you. If you want to cure Shimin Yan Yan, you have to get another Naga's profound vein crystal. But do you think it's possible? Then when can Shimin Yan Yan leave? Yang Dingtian suppressed his rapid breathing and asked. Of course she can't leave, Song Yu said. She is the one who exchanged your life. How can she leave? Yang Dingtian. Then what if I find another Naga's profound vein crystal, or something even more precious? Can Yan Yan leave? Of course you can, Song Yu said. However, our Sea of Netherworld has only gotten one Naga's profound vein crystal in the past few decades. Do you think you can get it? No matter how difficult it was, he had to do it. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath, calmed his surging blood, and slowly said, I want to see Yan Yan. Are you sure you want to see her? Song Yu looked at Yang Dingtian. No man is allowed to set foot on martial uncle Jiwuyen's island, otherwise they will die without a burial place. Please help. Yang Dingtian bowed and said. Song Yu looked at Yang Dingtian and sighed softly. You are so proud, it is not easy to make you bow. I will arrange a boat for you. As for whether you live or die when you go to martial uncle Jiwuyen, I don't care. After saying that, Song Yu walked out. A few minutes later, someone came to tell Yang Dingtian that the boat was ready. Yang Dingtian walked out of the cave. At this time, he was in the mood to look at the scenery of the Sea of Netherworld. This was the Sea of Netherworld. It was not like the scenery of the mortal world at all, beautiful to the extreme and mysterious to the extreme. The sky was completely blue, emitting a cold and gentle light all the time, and the 2 suns could not be seen. Every corner was bright, but there was no dazzling light in any corner. Walking out of the cave, there was a beach. The sand here was all like broken silver, crystal clear and emitting a charming fluorescence. The boat was ready, but Yang Dingtian could only row the boat himself, because he did not dare to go to Jiwien's Wien Island. Yang Dingtian boarded the boat. This was an exquisite small wooden boat, completely carved out of a piece of wood, exquisite and wonderful. Gently rowing, the sea water was like shattered jade, transparent and clean to the extreme, emitting a little bit of light. All this beautiful scenery was like a dream, as if it was completely unreal, like the sea full of fantasy and the drifting of the young school. Yang Dingtian continued to row forward. Along the way, they passed by several islands. Some were completely jadeite, some were completely purple-red coral reefs, and there was also an island that was completely covered in green trees without any sand. In short, it was a beautiful island. Half an hour later, they arrived at Wien Island, which was already in sight. Wien Island was so ugly, so gray, and was completely composed of a pile of gray and black stones. Each stone was sinister and strange. It was completely different from the islands they passed by along the way. Before reaching the shore, Yang Dingtian shouted, "Senior Jiwuyen, Yang Dingtian is here to pay a visit." Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from Wien Island. It was so familiar, it was Yen Yen. "Get lost! Any man who steps on my Wien Island will be immediately torn into pieces." A hoarse voice sounded. It was as unpleasant as a witch's voice. "Grandma!" Shimin Yen Yen's pleading voice came from the island. "Shimin Yen Yen, remember your identity. Don't think that just because I've been nice to you for 2 days, you can take advantage of me. Have you forgotten about your punishment?" Jiwuyen said coldly. Although she was a woman, her voice was even worse than a man's. "Grandma, grandma, grandma." Yen Yen continued to act coquettishly. Yang Dingtian could even feel that Yen Yen's whole body was twisting like sesame candy at this time. Finally, Jiwuyen couldn't stand Yen Yen's coquettish magic and said coldly, "I'll give you half an incense stick's time. Once you exceed that time, I'll immediately beat that man to death and break your legs." "Thank you, Grandma." Then, Shimin Yen Yen ran out of the black house like a deer. Suddenly, the whole gray island lit up. Because of the existence of Yen Yen, the ugly and strange island became cute. "Husband!" When she was dozens of meters away from Yang Dingtian, Yen Yen opened her arms and rushed into Yang Dingtian's arms like a chick. Yang Dingtian opened his arms, and Yen Yen's plump and delicate body suddenly crashed into his arms. The two of them didn't say anything. Their hot lips suddenly kissed each other. Finally, when the two of them almost couldn't breathe and started to feel dizzy because of the lack of oxygen, they reluctantly let go. Yang Dingtian held Yen Yen's face in his hands. It was still as delicate and beautiful as before. It was just that she was a little thinner, and her chin was a little sharper. Her original baby fat had turned into a delicate oval face. Yang Dingtian held her small waist. "Yen Yen, you've become thinner. My Yen Yen has become thinner. My baby has become thinner," Yang Dingtian said softly. "Husband, I've just grown up," Yen Yen said tenderly. "And the places that shouldn't be thinner are not thinner at all." Yang Dingtian gently caressed her face. Originally, his heart was filled with extreme anger, hostility, and boundless fury. But holding this most beautiful body, it was as if a clear spring water poured into his heart, making him gradually calm down. Enjoying this sweet silence, Yang Dingtian didn't even want to talk. "Yen Yen, where's your mother? Sister Ningning? Brother Shimin Lai?" Yang Dingtian asked. "What happened after I activated the Sword Soul that day?" Suddenly, the joy on Yen Yen's face faded. Then, she narrated the situation. "What I didn't expect was that in the end, Yang Shishir actually stopped the Qin city army from chasing us." Yen Yen recounted everything that happened after Yang Dingtian fainted. When she talked about how Shimin Ningning massacred thousands of people, her beautiful face revealed a look of disbelief. Just like that, Sister Ningning blocked all of Yang Yan's experts and thousands of traitors by herself. She let us bring hundreds of black blood cavalry to protect you and successfully retreat out of Cloud Sky City. Thinking about Shimin Ningning, Yang Dingtian suddenly felt suffocated. He asked, "Then, Sister Ningning, what happened in the end?" I don't know," Yan Yan said. "Anyway, when I saw her for the last time, she was flying in midair and poisoned nearly 100 people to death. Her body emitted a green light, and as long as you came into contact with it, you would be poisoned to death. No one dared to come within 100 feet of her. I didn't expect that the gentle and kind Sister Ningning, who couldn't even bear to step on ants, would actually be so terrifying." Yang Dingtian suddenly felt a strong twitch in his heart, and the image of Shimin Ningning's gentle and sly face appeared in his mind. "Then, what about your mother, brother Shimin Lai, and the others?" Yang Dingtian asked. Yan Yan said, "When we ran with all our might to Black Blood Castle, there was already another cavalry army of thousands of people crazily attacking Black Blood Castle. The so-called trial by duel was a scheme planned by Shimin Ju, Yan Yan, and the others. They wanted to catch all of us on this day. And then? Was Black Blood Castle lost?" Yang Dingtian asked. Yan Yan said, "No. At that time, there were more than 1,000 Black Blood cavalry and more than 2,000 servants in the castle. They were fighting fiercely with Qin City's army. Brother Shimin Ju brought a few hundred Black Blood cavalry and rushed to Black Blood Castle. The morale of the Black Blood cavalry in the castle was greatly boosted. They attacked from the front and back and defeated the Northwest Qin clan's cavalry army." Immediately after, Yan Yan said, "Big brother, now that I think of something, I feel that it is a little strange." "What is it?" Yang Dingtian asked. Yan Yan said, "Tang Xian's body suddenly turned numb. When she pounced on my treasure sword, her eyes were filled with pain, and her mouth seemed to be shouting a word. I didn't hear it back then, but now that I think about it, it might be the word fear. Furthermore, after she fell to the ground, her hands seemed to be desperately trying to write on the mud. However, her entire body was numb, and her writing was crooked. Furthermore, she didn't finish writing. Now that I think about it, it might be the word fear." "Shimin Ju?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Yan Yan, why do you think so?" Yan Yan said, "Because after we left Cloud Heaven City, Yang Shusher secretly sent us a letter, telling us to be careful of Shimin Ju. He said that the reason why Tang Xian found out about Yang Shusher and Qin Xiaobai's scandal was because someone invited her to a remote valley." Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly jumped. That's right. From the looks of it, it was Shimin Ju. Qin Xiaobai, this venomous snake, had schemed to frame Yan Yan. But behind him, there was still Shimin Ju. It could be inferred that Shimin Ju had found out about Qin Xiaobai and Yang Shusher's scandal long ago, but he didn't make it public. Instead, he invited Tang Xian to the place that Qin Xiaobai and Yang Shusher often went to and let Tang Xian discover everything. After Qin Xiaobai humiliated Tang Xian, he immediately thought of a plan to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Kill Tang Xian, frame Yan Yan, and take the opportunity to get rid of Yang Dingtian. This plan was extremely vicious. Qin Xiaobai thought that he was proud of himself, but he didn't expect that he had completely fallen into Shimin Ju's trap. His weakness was completely in Shimin Ju's hands, along with Yang Shusher's scandal and Tang Xian's death. This way, Shimin Ju could destroy Qin Xiaobai at any time in the future. He could borrow Qin Xiaobai's hand to kill Yang Dingtian, then he could use morality to destroy Qin Xiaobai. This way, no one would compete with him for the position of Cloud Heaven City Lord. Instantly, Yang Dingtian sucked in a breath of cold air. Qin Xiaobai was already a venomous snake, but in front of Shimin Ju, he seemed so immature. Yang Dingtian had never seen or heard of such a scheming and sinister person like Shimin Ju. Yang Dingtian sucked in a deep breath and said, "He is indeed your father's most outstanding adopted son. He's really powerful." And this person would become Yang Dingtian's greatest enemy in the competition for the position of Cloud Heaven City Lord. In terms of cultivation, Shimin Ju should be close to the martial revered realm. In terms of scheming, he was unfathomable. Such an enemy really made everyone tremble in fear. So what if his scheming is deep? What can truly decide everything is still your own strength and the sharp sword in your hand, Yang Dingtian said. In front of absolute strength, all schemes are nothing. There was still about a year until the martial contest for the position of city lord. Within this year, Yang Dingtian had to become stronger. He had to break through from mystic martial warrior to mystic martial master, great mystic martial master, martial mystic, martial ancestor, or even higher. Only by breaking through to the martial ancestor realm could Yang Dingtian obtain the position of city lord in the martial contest and bring Yan Yan, Madam Shimin, and Big Brother Shimin lie back to Cloud Heaven City. Seeing the bulging veins on Yang Dingtian's forehead, Yan Yan gently caressed his face and said softly, "Big Brother, our Cloud Heaven City has been taken over, but I won't cry because I still have you. As long as you are here, Yan Yan's home is still there. And I believe that one day, you will help Yan Yan take back Cloud Heaven City." Humph. At this moment, Ji Wuyan's cold snort came from the island. Half an incense stick's time was up. "Big Brother, I really regret not loving you properly when I had the time. Now I realize that I really love you, but I don't have the time anymore," Yan Yan mournfully said. "Don't worry, we still have a lot of time in the future," Yang Dingtian gently said. "Before the martial contest, I will definitely come back to the Sea of Hades. At that time, no matter what method I use, I will bring you away. We will take back Cloud Heaven City together, take back our home, and take back your little house. Yes, I believe you. I will always believe you." Yan Yan desperately nodded. Then she raised her beautiful eyes and said, "Big Brother, it's a pity that we don't have time. Otherwise, I have already said that I will give myself to you completely. Although we are husband and wife, we have never truly been together." Yang Dingtian smiled and said, "Then let's make a promise. After I kill Shiminju, after I take back Cloud Heaven City, after I take back our home, we will truly be together and never be separated. Okay?" "Okay," Yan Yan tenderly said. "At that time, I will let you know that I am the best wife, even better than Big Sister Ningning." Yang Dingtian's eyes reddened. He gently said, "You have always been the best little wife. You will always be." At this moment, Ji Wuyan's angry voice came from the island. "Why are you still not leaving? Do you really want me to break your legs?" "Senior, I will leave now," Yang Dingtian said. "Big Brother, I love you. Kiss me one more time, until I die." Yan Yan raised her head and said. The two of them once again kissed with all their might as if the end of the world had arrived. They only separated when the two of them were about to die. "Baby, you can go back. Remember, I will come and pick you up in a year." Yang Dingtian gently let go of Yan Yan. "Okay." Yan Yan desperately nodded. Yang Dingtian picked up Yan Yan and gently tossed her onto the shore. Then, he began to row the boat backwards. Yan Yan's beautiful eyes looked at Yang Dingtian, blossoming with tenderness. Tears surged out. "Big Brother, remember to go to the Mu clan docks in the southwest continent. I hid the second stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship there." Yan Yan suddenly remembered an important matter. She didn't care about Ji Wuyan at the side and loudly shouted at Yang Dingtian. "Okay, I will go immediately after leaving the Netherworld Sea," Yang Dingtian said. There were still a lot of things to say, but there was not enough time. Ji Wuyan was already beginning to fly into a rage. Why did only Yan Yan bring Yang Dingtian to the Netherworld Sea? Why did Yan Yan separate from Yan Yan and the others? Why did the second stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship fall into Yan Yan's hands? He didn't have time to say all these. "Big Brother, I brought you to the Netherworld Sea when we were intercepted by traitors. When we were in danger, a black-cloaked man wearing a clown mask saved me. Moreover, he gave me the second stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship and escorted me to the Netherworld Sea. He is very powerful and very mysterious. I don't know who he is," Yan Yan said again. Slap. Before Yan Yan finished speaking, Yang Dingtian's face suddenly suffered a slap. Immediately, he felt a burning pain. Yang Dingtian still bowed and said, Senior, please take care of my wife. Slap, 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 slap. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's whole body suffered a few more slaps. Under the intense pain, he almost couldn't stand. Please, Senior! Yang Dingtian then rowed the boat, turned around, and rowed outside. Big brother, I'll wait for you to pick me up. Yan Yan shouted from behind. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian finally couldn't help but burst into tears. He gently muttered to himself. Yan Yan, at most 1 year, I'll come and pick you up. Perhaps, before Yang Dingtian became strong, the Netherworld Sea was the safest place for Yan Yan. A few hours later, Yang Dingtian opened his eyes again. He was already floating on the surface of the sea. The 2 suns in the sky were shining. He had already left the Netherworld Sea, the most mysterious place in the world. Everything about it was under the surface of the sea. It was like an independent space hidden under the surface of the sea. The island, the sky, and the silver beach were all under the surface of the sea. However, no one knew how to enter. Yang Dingtian rowed away from the surface of the sea and came to the beach. The beach here was a normal beach. It was also the beach where Yan Yan knelt for 7 days and 7 nights. Yan Yan, wait for me to bring you home! Yang Dingtian looked at the mysterious sea for the last time. He then turned around and ran towards the north. After running for a few hundred miles, he quickly reached the vast sea. On the other side of the sea was the southwest continent. The Mu Clan docks was at the southernmost tip of the southwest continent. Yan Yan was hiding in the second stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. The fire immunity chilling pearl that Yang Dingtian needed was also in the southwest continent. Moreover, there was only less than a month until the blooming of the supreme great earth fire. To enter the fire cloud devil cave, one must have the fire immunity chilling pearl. The time left for Yang Dingtian to find the fire immunity chilling pearl was very tight. The southwest continent and the northwest continent faced each other across the sea. They were more than 5,000 miles apart. Presumably, the northwest continent and the southwest continent used to be a complete continent. They were just separated. Previously, Yan Yan brought Yang Dingtian to travel thousands of miles to the south of the northwest continent. They then sailed for 5,000 miles, crossed the southwest continent, and went out to sea for another few thousand miles before reaching the Netherworld Sea. Therefore, Yang Dingtian stayed in the Netherworld Sea for more than 2 months. However, Yan Yan brought him on the road for almost a month. They went through untold hardships and suffered hardships. Yang Dingtian couldn't imagine what kind of hardships Yan Yan went through along the way. However, whenever he thought of the scene of Yan Yan kneeling on the beach with wounds all over her body, Yang Dingtian's heart felt like it was going to shatter. All of this was because he wasn't strong enough. There was still 1 year. There was still 1 year until the City Lord duel in Cloud Heaven City. This was his only chance to openly take back Cloud Heaven City. It was also his last chance. There was only 1 year. He had to make himself stronger. He wouldn't criticize Shimin Ju for being despicable and shameless. He also wouldn't scold him for being ungrateful because all of this would be meaningless. When the time came, he would directly chop off Shimin Ju's head. That would be the best response to this despicable person. Shimin Ju, Yan Yan. Wait for me in Cloud Heaven City. Yang Dingtian rowed a small boat alone. He traveled day and night, constantly heading north. Yang Dingtian only relied on a small boat to travel the 5,000 miles of sea region. He traveled day and night crazily. When he was hungry, he would catch fish and eat them raw. Of course, this sea region was filled with fatal traps set up by the Netherworld Sea. If there wasn't a sea map from the Netherworld Sea, any ship that passed by would inevitably be destroyed. Half a month later, Yang Dingtian stepped onto the southwest continent. At this moment, Yang Dingtian had grown a beard. His entire face was tanned and rough from the sun and sea breeze. His entire appearance had completely changed. His face was filled with vicissitudes as though he was 10 years older. Even if he didn't put on any makeup, no one would be able to recognize that this was Yang Dingtian. The southwest continent was hot and humid. It was filled with deep mountains and dense forests. Demonic beasts ran amok everywhere. There were plagues and wild poisons everywhere. It was called a barbarian land by the entire chaotic world. The southwest continent spanned nearly 10,000 miles, but its population was less than 10 million. It wasn't even 1/10 of the northwest continent's population. Ever since Li Tianxiao killed hundreds of thousands of the Southwest Alliance army 200 years ago, the prestigious sects viewed this land as an unclean land. Since then, the forces in this land gradually slid towards evil. The Mu Clan docks was at the southernmost tip of the southwest continent. It was about 100 miles away from the coastline. When he was in the Netherworld Sea, due to the lack of time, Yang Dingtian didn't have time to inquire about the Mu Clan docks. He also didn't know why Yan Yan trusted the Mu Clan docks so much that she actually placed such a peerless treasure like the pig-slaying sword art here. After asking around along the way, Yang Dingtian finally found out. Within a radius of a few hundred miles, the Mu Clan docks was considered a relatively large force. They mainly made a living by harvesting pearls from the sea. "Uncle, may I know how to get to the Mu Clan docks?" At the tea stall, Yang Dingtian bought a big bowl of tea and asked the tea stall's uncle. "Go straight. Do you see this road? It leads straight to the Mu Clan docks. This road was opened by the Mu Clan." The tea stall's uncle glanced at Yang Dingtian and asked, "Why? Young man, are you also planning to participate in the marriage by martial arts competition?" "Marriage by martial arts competition? What's going on?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Oh, you aren't here to participate in the marriage by martial arts competition? That's strange. Outsiders rarely come to a small place like ours." "Young man, what are you here for?" the tea stall's uncle asked. "I'm here to buy pearls. I heard that the Mu Clan docks is the largest pearl harvesting clan in this area." Yang Dingtian replied. "I have a small business. However, the price of the goods from the middleman is too high. Therefore, I came to the Mu Clan docks to purchase the goods myself." The tea stall's uncle said, "I see. If it was in the past, you would definitely be able to buy the pearls at a cheap price. The Mu Clan is very kind. Although their clan is powerful, they have never bullied commoners like us. Logically speaking, the dozens of miles around us can be considered their territory. The Mu Clan doesn't collect much taxes and even sends food and meat to us every day. They are like bodhisattvas. It's a pity that good people don't have good karma." "Sigh," Yang Dingtian asked. "What exactly is going on? Uncle, please tell me." The tea stall's uncle sighed and said, "It's all because of Miss Mu Liani's beauty. I don't know how, but Miss Liani's beauty has spread to the ears of the young master of the Raging Flames Castle, who is hundreds of miles away. He directly sent a marriage proposal to the Mu Clan docks and asked for a reply within 10 days. However, the young master of the Raging Flames Castle is notorious for his cruelty and debauchery. Marrying Miss Liani to him is undoubtedly pushing her into a fire pit. However, the Raging Flames Castle is very powerful and the Mu Clan master can't reject it directly. Therefore, he has no choice but to announce that Miss Mu Liani is participating in the marriage by martial arts competition. As long as one's martial arts is better than Miss Mu Liani's and passes the moral test, he can become the son-in-law of the Mu Clan docks. If Miss Mu Liani is already married, then she has a reason to reject the young master of the Raging Flames Castle. Then can someone go on stage to compete? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes. Although the Raging Flames Castle is very powerful, there are still many people who admire Miss Liani and come to the Mu Clan docks to participate in the marriage by martial arts competition. However, in order to stop people from participating, the Raging Flames Castle has set up checkpoints at every intersection. As long as it's a young man from the outside participating in the marriage, they will break his or her legs. The tea stall's uncle said, "That's why I asked you from the start if you're here to participate in the marriage by martial arts competition. If you are, and your martial arts aren't very good, I advise you not to go. Also, I don't think you're very good at martial arts." "Uncle, don't worry. I'm not here to participate in the martial arts competition. I'm here to buy beads. Thank you for telling me this. Goodbye." Yang Dingtian put down a silver coin. "It's so big. I can't give you change, the tea stall's uncle said. Keep the change. Yang Dingtian stood up and left. Young man, don't go. They don't care if you're participating in the marriage by martial arts competition. As long as you're an outsider, they will beat you up. The tea stall's uncle chased after him. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Yang Dingtian got on his horse and galloped along the muddy road. Stop! Get down! Sure enough, after riding for less than 10 miles, he met with a tiger blocking his way. More than 10 people blocked the road. With swords in their hands, they shouted at Yang Dingtian. Where did you come from? Where are you going? Miss Mu, our young castle master has decided to marry you. Get out of here immediately, or we'll break your limbs. I'm not here to participate in the marriage by martial arts competition. I'm just here to buy beads. Yang Dingtian took out a bag of silver coins and said, Gentlemen, please do me a favor. Throw the money over. The leader of the men said. Yang Dingtian threw the bag of money over. The brawny man took the bag of money and opened it. He immediately beamed with joy. There were dozens of silver coins. He had really made a small fortune. After putting the bag of money in his arms, the brawny man turned hostile and said, You'd better get out of here. Go back to where you came from, or we'll break your limbs. We'll even break your 5th leg. Let's see if you want sex or your life. Yang Dingtian picked up a lance from under the horse. This lance was different from the ancient lances on earth. It was made of tough and soft metal. Each lance was worth more than 100 gold coins. Yang Dingtian used this weapon to hide his identity. Seeing this lance, the brawny man's eyes immediately showed a greedy look. He shouted, It's a fat sheep. Brothers, let's go! Suddenly, more than 10 people rushed up together and attacked Yang Dingtian with swords and sabers. Bang! Yang Dingtian swept the lance. Suddenly, the 3 men in the lead flew out and vomited blood. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! From the underbrush, a few cold lights suddenly shot out toward Yang Dingtian's chest. Yang Dingtian straightened his chest and directly faced these poisoned hidden weapons. Hee, this move is still useful. The leader of the brawny men sneered. But then he was stunned. Because when the hidden weapons touched Yang Dingtian's chest, not only did they not pierce his flesh, but they also bounced off. The brawny man was shocked. Was this the profound aura shield? Seeing that the situation was not good, the brawny man ordered his men to continue attacking while he turned around to escape. Hu! Yang Dingtian fiercely threw out the lance in his hand. It directly hit the brawny man's back and sent him flying for more than 10 meters. He vomited blood and fell to the ground. The lance bent in the air and flew back to Yang Dingtian's hand. Bang, 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 bang. After receiving the horse lance, Yang Dingtian broke the legs of the remaining people with the lance. Suddenly it was a mess. Many thieves were rolling on the ground, wailing and howling. Since you broke other people's legs, I will break yours. If you can't do evil in the future, go home and do farming. Yang Dingtian coldly said. Otherwise, you will die in other people's hands sooner or later. Then, Yang Dingtian directly rushed over with the lance in his hand. Mu clan docks was built on the side of a lake. Half of it was on the ground and the other half was in the water. Most of the buildings were made of wood and a few were made of bricks. It was about 10 mu in size. It was suitable for a small tyrant with a few dozen li of influence. Seeing Yang Dingtian riding his horse over, before he reached the gate, 2 servants came forward and shouted, Are you here to participate in the marriage contest? Welcome, welcome! Then, one of them led Yang Dingtian's horse while the other led Yang Dingtian into the docks. Hero, what is your name? The servant leading the way asked. Yan Nantian. Yang Dingtian. This was a fake name he casually came up with. Back on Earth, he already felt that this name was very heroic. Good name. The servant gave a thumbs up and said, I wonder if Hero Yen had a smooth journey? I met a dozen thieves blocking my way, but I got rid of them all. Yang Dingtian said. The servant was immediately delighted and said, Hero Yen is indeed amazing. In these 9 days you are the 4th person to pass through the intersection. Please come this way, I will bring you to the guest hall. Our master and the other 3 heroes are all there. Yang Dingtian thought that these 3 people were really here for the marriage contest and wanted to marry Mu Lianyi. Little brother, please wait. I would like to meet the master of the docks alone. I have something important to tell him, Yang Dingtian said. The servant was slightly startled and then said, Then please wait for a moment. Soon enough, Yang Dingtian saw the master of the Mu clan docks, Mu Lianqing. He was a middle-aged man with a medium build and a delicate face. He didn't look like a martial artist and looked more like a scholar. However, his legs were inconvenient when he walked, as though he had broken his left leg. But Yang Dingtian couldn't look at his crippled leg and just looked away. Mu clan head greets Hero Yen. Mu Lianqing walked in and cupped his hands at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian looked at this delicate and gentle face and didn't know why Yen trusted this person so much that she actually left the second rank of the pig-slaying sword art with him. Yang Dingtian returned the greeting and said, Greetings to Mu clan head. I am here to retrieve an item. Mu Lianqing's expression changed slightly as he shot his eyes at Yang Dingtian and asked, I wonder what you are here to retrieve? A scroll, Yang Dingtian said. What scroll? Mu Lianqing asked. A scroll of secret manual left behind by a girl, Yang Dingtian said. Chapter 125. A manual left behind by a girl, Yang Dingtian said. Mu Lianqing's expression changed drastically as he immediately turned to close all the doors and windows. After listening carefully to make sure there was no one around, he came to Yang Dingtian and knelt down. Cloud Heaven City Sinner Mu Shun pays his respects to young master. Yang Dingtian was astonished and quickly went up to support him. I don't dare. Why is your master bowing so formally? Mu Lianqing resolutely knelt on the ground and refused to get up. Young master doesn't know. I was originally City Lord Shiman's personal servant, but because I committed a grave mistake, I was sent here. Young master, please listen to me. Following which, Mu Lianqing recounted the past events. Mu Lianqing's original name was Mu Shun. He was originally Shiman Wuya's sword-bearing servant, and was Shiman Wuya's closest and most trusted person. He had followed Shiman Wuya since he was a teenager. On the surface, they were master and servant, but Shiman Wuya treated him like an elder brother. Over 10 years ago, Mu Shun fell in love with a woman and was infatuated with her. Who knew that she was just a honey trap used by the enemy? She was with Mu Shun just to harm Shiman Wuya. One day, when Mu Shun wasn't paying attention, she actually poisoned Shiman Wuya's sword with the mystic extinguishing strange poison. Back then, Shiman Wuya wasn't the Cloud Heaven City Lord yet and was about to fight for the Cloud Heaven City Lord's position. In the end, the sword was poisoned and Shiman Wuya's strength was greatly damaged, causing him to almost lose the battle for the City Lord position. However, Shiman Wuya was a prodigy, and even though he was poisoned, he still defeated everyone to obtain the City Lord position. However, his body was severely injured and his cultivation regressed by several years. On the day of the duel, the woman who was in love with Mu Shun had disappeared. Mu Shun was astonished and infuriated. He was filled with regret and guilt. He knelt in front of Shiman Wuya and wanted to draw his sword and commit suicide. But Shiman Wuya stopped him. He said to Mu Shun, I believe you, you will never harm me. Death is the easiest, but living is the most difficult. Mu Shun immediately dispelled any thoughts of suicide. Even if he had to kill himself, he had to find that woman and kill her. After spending a full 8 months, Mu Shun finally saw that woman again, the woman who haunted his dreams and who he hated to the core. However, at that time, she was covered in blood and was being chased. The person behind her wanted to kill her to silence her. Most importantly, she was pregnant. Judging from the date, it was Mu Shun's child. Thus, Mu Shun rushed out with his sword and rescued the woman. However, there was an endless stream of people chasing after them, so the two of them continued to flee. Mu Shun originally wanted to kill her, but in the end, he saved her, so he didn't have the face to return to Cloud Heaven City. Thus, he brought her all the way south to the southernmost coast of the northwest continent. He was prepared to take a boat out to the southwest wilderness to hide, but who knew that at this time, her stomach would actually give birth to a child. As a result, the two of them delayed and gave birth to a child on the beach. The child was his daughter, Mu Lianyi. Just as Mu Shun didn't have time to cut the umbilical cord for the child, the enemy had already arrived. He fought with all his might. However, it was difficult for one person to fight against so many enemies. He was truly in despair. He didn't care if he died, but he didn't want his child to fall into the hands of the enemy. Just as the family of three was about to be dismembered, Shimin Wuya appeared and killed all the enemies. It turned out that he had been searching for Mu Shun outside for a month. Fortunately, he heard the sounds of fighting from a few miles away and finally rushed over at the last moment. Mu Shun had mixed feelings and felt so guilty that he wanted to die. He immediately knelt in front of Shimin Wuya and said that he could die and that woman could die, but he begged Shimin Wuya to spare his daughter and bring her back to Cloud Heaven City as a slave. At that time, Shimin Wuya sighed softly and threw a bag of money to Mu Shun. He said that Mu Shun wasn't suited to live a life of licking blood. Bring the woman and child to the southwest wilderness to live a normal life. After finishing his words, Shimin Wuya left, leaving behind Mu Shun, that woman, and the crying baby. As such, Mu Shun came here and relied on Shimin Wuya's bag of gold coins to save up the Mu clan docks. From then on, he changed his name to Mu Lianqing. At this moment, Mu Lianqing's body was trembling from crying. He sobbed and said, "There were countless times when I wanted to bring my child up north to meet the city lord, but I didn't dare to. I didn't have the face to do so. Until a few months ago, the young mistress, who was covered in wounds, appeared in front of me and told me that the city lord was no longer around. This was like a bolt from the blue. I felt as though my liver and guts were about to explode. If I still had a daughter to take care of, I really wanted to follow the city lord. However, the young mistress entrusted this scroll to me. She said that in a few months, or half a year to a year later, a man would come to retrieve this scroll. That man would be her husband, the future Cloud Heaven City Lord. As such, I waited day and night for the arrival of the young mistress." After finishing his statement, Mu Lianqing collapsed onto the ground and cried loudly. He couldn't get up anymore. At this moment, Yang Ditian finally knew why Yan Yan would place such an important and precious pig-slaying sword art scroll here. He was indeed a trustworthy person. If even he couldn't be trusted, then there was basically no one else in this world that could be trusted. Uncle Mu, please get up." Yang Dingtian went forward and helped Mu Lianqing to sit down. "This old slave doesn't dare," Mu Lianqing quickly said. "Young mistress, please wait for a moment. I will immediately retrieve the scroll." "No hurry. Uncle Mu, please take a seat," Yang Dingtian said. "I still have something to ask Uncle Mu. What is going on with your daughter's spouse finding martial competition?" Mu Lianqing waved his hand and said, "You don't have to bother about these small matters. You have important matters to attend to. My daughter is fine. You don't have to worry." Originally, Yang Dingtian didn't intend to bother, but he didn't expect Mu Lianqing and Shimin Wuya to have such a close relationship. He had no choice but to interfere. "I will definitely interfere in this matter," Yang Dingtian said. "Our Cloud Heaven City might have encountered a huge change, but we don't have to care about a desolate land's outskirts faction. How powerful is the Raging Flames Castle? What is their master's cultivation level? If I can't do it, I will immediately send a letter to the Northwest Continent and ask Big Brother Shimin Lai to lead a portion of the Black Blood Cavalry to eliminate the Raging Flames Castle. Our Cloud Heaven City's ladies cannot be bullied. With young mistress's words, this old slave's death will be worth it," Mu Lianqing said. "But young mistress, this isn't a simple matter. The Raging Flames Castle didn't forcefully marry my daughter just because of her beauty, but because of a treasure." "Treasure? What treasure?" Yang Dingtian asked. Mu Lianqing said, "Young mistress, you know that our Mu clan docks relies on pearl harvesting for a living. I don't know if we are lucky or unlucky. One day, my daughter, Liani, went into the sea to harvest pearls and actually found a rare treasure. This treasure is priceless and is comparable to 10 or even 100 of our Mu clan docks. It is actually so precious? What kind of pearl is that? Yang Dingtian was astonished. This was a world where martial prowess reigned supreme. Therefore, the value of jewelry wasn't as important as the Earth era. Fire immunity chilling pearl, Mu Lianqing said. Fire immunity chilling pearl. Yang Dingtian's body shook as he said in disbelief. The fire immunity chilling pearl was something that he needed the most right now. The fire immunity chilling pearl was formed by the condensation of heaven and earth's coldest energy. It usually grew in the frost ice mystic jade that was 10,000 meters below the sea. Then, there would be an earthquake at the bottom of the sea, causing the tough frost ice mystic jade to shatter. The fire immunity chilling pearl shot out and floated in the vast sea. This Mu Liani was extremely lucky to be able to harvest this priceless pearl that was only seen once in 100 years in the vast sea. Mu Lianqing was right. This fire immunity chilling pearl was worth more than 100 Mu clan docks and could be considered priceless. As the name suggested, the fire immunity chilling pearl could defend against almost all powerful fire attribute attacks. If a mystic martial warrior possessed the fire immunity chilling pearl, even if the opponent was a master class expert and released a powerful mystic skill, the mystic martial warrior wouldn't be injured. Therefore, with the fire immunity chilling pearl, one would have a few more lives. To those who needed it, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was a priceless treasure. And Yang Dingtian happened to be the person who needed this fire immunity chilling pearl the most. After obtaining the second rank of the pig-slaying sword art, he would have to head to the Fire Cloud Devil Cave. There was a 9th grade earth fire there, and Yang Dingtian wanted to forge his own elementary sword soul there. Because he had been unconscious for over 2 months while recuperating in the Sea of Hades, Yanyan had brought him to the Sea of Hades for close to a month. Therefore, there were less than 20 days before the peak-grade earth fire would bloom. Once he missed it, he would have to wait 10 years for it to bloom again. This place was still a few thousand miles away from the Fire Cloud Devil Cave. Therefore, the time that Yang Dingtian had to search for the fire immunity chilling pearl was extremely tight. He didn't expect to find it so effortlessly after searching high and low for it. How could he not be pleasantly surprised? In order to defeat Dongfang Bingling, Yang Dingtian had to cultivate a sword soul in the shortest time possible. Although in history, only grandmasters could cultivate a sword soul for battle, Yang Dingtian wanted to break this miracle. It could be said that forging a sword soul and cultivating a sword soul were the most important things for Yang Dingtian. It was also the most important step for Yang Dingtian to become stronger. And the elementary sword was the first and most important step in the cultivation of a sword soul. And even if it was just an elementary sword, its power was amazing. It could definitely increase Yang Dingtian's combat strength by a few levels. However, there was a heaven fire phoenix guarding the Fire Cloud Devil Cave. This was an extremely powerful demonic beast, and it was not inferior to the Lord of the Abyss who guarded thousands of bloody black gold. 20 years ago, Dongfang Minmi had entered the Fire Cloud Devil Cave. In the end, not only was he helpless against the Heaven Fire Phoenix, he almost lost his life there. At that time, Dongfang Minmi was not far from becoming a Grandmaster. Therefore, trying to kill an unsealed Heaven Fire Phoenix was a pipe dream. But with the Fire Immunity Chilling Pearl, all the problems were solved. Because the Fire Immunity Chilling Pearl could defend against almost all powerful fire elemental attacks for a certain period of time, it could allow Yang Dingtian to enter the Fire Cloud Devil Cave smoothly. As if it was fate, when Yang Dingtian was going to the Fire Cloud Devil Cave to forge the elementary sword, the Mu clan docks obtained the Fire Immunity Chilling Pearl. However, it was still a little troublesome to obtain the Fire Immunity Chilling Pearl. The most powerful force within 1,000 miles, the Raging Flames Castle, also had their eyes on the Fire Immunity Chilling Pearl. They wanted both the person and the treasure. Yang Dingtian asked. The Fire Immunity Chilling Pearl is such a rare treasure. The Mu clan docks couldn't wait to keep it a secret after obtaining it. How did it get out? Isn't that so? Mu Lianqing said. We know that a man's wealth is his own ruin. Therefore, when I obtained the treasured pearl, I buried it deeply and gave a gag order to the few people who knew about it. Then, when young lord came to retrieve the scroll, I offered this fire immunity chilling pearl as a token of my sincerity. Who knew that there would be an unfilial son in the clan? Instantly, Mu Lianqing clenched his teeth and said, Because I had always felt guilty and felt that I didn't deserve to live such a perfect life. Therefore I did good deeds everywhere, hoping to make up for my previous sins. Therefore, my clan adopted many orphans as foster sons. Among them, Mu Zhe was the smartest. I liked him the most, and treated him as my own son. Therefore, even though he was my foster son, Mu Zhe was considered half a master in the Mu clan docks. Only 3 people knew that Liani had obtained the fire immunity chilling pearl. Me, Liani, and Mu Zhe's unfilial son. All along, Mu Zhe had adored Liani and wanted to marry her. I was happy to see it happen. However, Liani didn't like Mu Zhe and said that he was frivolous and crafty. Mu Zhe had proposed to me many times, and I was willing, but how could I go against Liani's wishes? Therefore, Mu Zhe had resentment in his heart and said that although I treated him well on the surface, I didn't treat him as my son and treated him as an outsider. One day, the drunk Mu Zhe wanted to forcefully molest Liani, but he wasn't Liani's match. In a fit of anger, Liani beat him up until he vomited blood. Instantly, Mu Zhe had hatred in his heart and immediately left the Mu clan docks to seek refuge with the Raging Flames castle. He spread the news that the Mu clan had the fire immunity chilling pearl. Therefore, the Raging Flames castle sent out a marriage proposal to Liani and named the fire immunity chilling pearl as her dowry. They wanted the Mu clan docks to give a reply within 10 days. Humph, such an ungrateful person. I must dismember him into pieces. Yang Ditian sneered. Mu Lianqing said, To be honest, I have seen through everything in my life. No matter how precious the fire immunity chilling pearl is, I don't care. If the Raging Flames castle wanted the fire immunity chilling pearl, I would give it to them. However, I wasn't willing to push my daughter into the fire pit. That Raging Flames castle's young lord was a complete beast, but I couldn't find a reason to reject their marriage proposal. Therefore, I set up a martial contest to find a groom, hoping to marry Liani to a good man within 10 days. This way, I would have a reason to reject. Following which, Mu Lianqing said to Yang Dingtian, But now that young lord is here, everything will be easier. I will hand this fire immunity chilling pearl and the scroll to you. You can take it and leave immediately. Then what about the Mu clan docks? Yang Dingtian asked. Mu Lianqing laughed and said, I am not afraid of death, but I am afraid of dying unworthy. Furthermore, I should have died long ago. Now that I can repay the city lord's kindness, I will be happy even if I die. However, if young lord is willing and isn't afraid of being a burden, please bring my daughter along with you. Be it as a slave or a servant, it will be her fortune. I will not agree to it. Yang Dingtian said resolutely, I will not stand by and do nothing regarding the Mu clan docks. If I don't settle this matter, I will not leave. Young lord, Mu Lianqing said loudly, Cloud Heaven City's matters are of utmost importance. If you can't even do a small matter well, how can you talk about doing something big? Yang Dingtian said, Furthermore, I am not afraid to tell you the truth. I do need the fire immunity chilling pearl, but if I don't settle the Mu clan docks problem, I will not accept this pearl. But the Raging Flames castle is too powerful, and we are not their match. Mu Lianqing said. Yang Dingtian said, I said before that if I can't do it, there is still Big Brother Shimen Lai and the others. Our Cloud Heaven City might have a drastic change, but it is still easy to eliminate the Raging Flames castle. It is too late, young lord. Mu Lianqing said. Tomorrow, the Raging Flames castle's young lord will personally come to marry Liani. What is the cultivation of the Raging Flames castle's young lord? Yang Dingtian asked. The Raging Flames castle's young lord might be licentious and ruthless, but he is a martial arts prodigy within 1,000 miles. He is 25 years old this year and is unrivaled within 1,000 miles. I think he is at least a 9-star mystic martial warrior, Mu Lianqing said. A 9-star mystic martial warrior was 6 grades higher than Yang Dingtian. Now that Yang Dingtian couldn't use the Night All Giant sword, it was indeed hard for him to win. Furthermore, in order to not expose his identity, Yang Dingtian couldn't use a sword and had to use a lance as a weapon. Therefore, it was even harder for him to win. However, Yang Dingtian still had a chance to advance, and that was the second rank of the pig's slaying sword art. If he could advance to a 5-star mystic martial warrior, then Yang Dingtian would have the confidence to defeat the Raging Flames Castle's young lord. Father! At this moment, a crisp and pleasant voice echoed from outside. It is my daughter, Liani. Let her come and greet the young lord, Mu Lianqing said with joy. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.